Chapter 18 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Poet King. Not for 2 weeks did we have word or sign from Admiral de Coligny, but at last a messenger came speedily for de Brésac, who followed in haste to the Hôtel de Châtillon. The Admiral sought further information. Then there was another long silence, and our impatience was not diminished when the report of the massacre got abroad and a rumor came from Madrid that a vessel had reached Spain from San Augustin, and that the messengers of Menendez to King Philip had been received with great goodwill and circumstance. I wish this business brought to a favorable conclusion, but if naught were to come of it, I long to justify myself before Captain Hooper, and would rather have sought other employment at the Pelican in Plymouth than to dilly-dally at the French court. Yet what we saw and learned in this great city of Paris was most instructive. Through the good offices of M. de Teligny and of Coligny, I had been enabled to renew my costume, and Goddard had been given a purse well lined with pistoles, out of which he had bought himself from a dealer in cast-off garments a most gaudy vesture of red and yellow velvet and silk, these being the colors most to his liking. He had a gray high-pointed hat of a bygone fashion, ornamented with a wide flowing plume. The breeches were most capacious and trimmed with ribbons. The stockings were gray, and the shoes were high, ornamented with great flame-colored rosettes. His sword was of a most prodigious length, and though hooked well up by his shoulder straps, clanked and clattered upon the paving stones like that of a swaggerer at the Reiters. Much of the time he spent below in the courtyard, smoking and conversing with La Chastro, the body servant of our host, a roistering man-at-arms who, second only to Goddard himself, had the most voluble proficiency in camp language I had ever heard. There, upon a bench in the sun, the two of them would sit during most of the day, the one rolling out his roundest mouth-filling speech, which the other would set in some fashion into a language of his own. Goddard had soon cut his hair short in the prevailing fashion, and by the end of a week his upper lip was blue with stubble, which, with elbow aloft, he vainly strove to stroke and twist after the manner of the raffinés he had seen coming from the levee. When I, marveling and curious at his wonderful jerkin and shadowy lip, called him to me and asked him how it was that he was turning frog-eater upon so short occasion, he sent a great whiff of smoke from his pipe, saying, "'Tis a wench, sir, a most comely wench, who vows that till I grow a beard upon my face she will have none of me. A man without hair upon his face, says she, is like a pasty without truffles. What think you of that for a saucy minx?" I went off to the fencing hall. Here Pompey, the maître d'armes to the King, sometimes gave a showing of his art, and I picked up 1 or 2 tricks of fence on the use of the dagger, and had much interest in some strokes which had come newly into vogue at court. Once, when we were returning thence, we came to a small hostel before the door of which a crowd had gathered. From within there was a babel of voices and much laughter. a familiar odor saluted my nostrils, for there was Job Goddard teaching mine host the art of smoking. That was not altogether to the fancy of that worthy was readily to be seen by the grimaces he made and the groans which he let forth from his throat. But La Chastro was behind him, the point of his rapier touching the wide breeches, prodding at intervals between the puffs to spur his energy. Goddard, with his tall plume waving in the air, was standing in front of him, holding the reed within his lips and saying, "Suck, suck, my little pasty flipper. Thus only may you learn the virtues of the tabac. 'Tis none so sweet as Malvoisie, my little wine bibber." Then, leaning forward, imitating the grimaces of the rogue, "Ventre de loup!" roared La Chastro. "So you do not like us to make a smoke in your house, eh? You say we shall not? Quarrelsome little pig that you are! Bah! Now, puff, puff, puff!" And each time came a new prod in the breeches, making mine host to writhe the more, though he puffed and clung to the pipe which Job Goddard held as though death alone could separate them. "Parbleu!" said Goddard. "Puff and puff again. 'Twill make ye proof against the plague and other things. Also it is of much benefit to the manners, taking away all fretting and excitement. 'Tis a way we have among the Caribs, when all is in agreement. The pipe of peace is what ye smoke, me lad. When 'tis finished, no more discussion will there be atween us." But the little man had no further humor for discussion of any kind, for he turned the color of lead, and putting his two hands upon his wide paunch in dismay, he spat forth the pipe and dashed frantically back among his pots and pans, La Chastro aiding his departure with the toe of his boot. The onlookers roared with merriment, and Goddard blew out some marvelous smoke rings from his lungs, to the great delight of the wondering crowd. So, after all, there was much to amuse and entertain. Monsieur de Teligny took us out upon the streets at the hour of the afternoon, when the world was abroad, pointing out to us those of the courtiers who were closest in the councils of the King. He showed us the beauties and their lovers, and told us the number of duels fought over each, and how, the greater the number, the greater the fame of the lady. Here was one favorite who numbered her duels in the 20s, and there another poor creature for whom but 4 men had fought, and no person had been killed. We saw little Comminges, Prince of Raffinés, who had more deaths to his credit or debit than any man in France. He had once taken a man out to the Pré aux Clercs. When they had uncloaked, he had said to his cavalier, "Are you not Bernie of Auvergne?" "No," says the other, "I am Villequier from Normandy." "'Tis a pity to have been mistaken," said Comminges, "but I have challenged you, and of course we must fight." And he killed him with a beautiful feint and thrust in tierce. We passed the house of René the Florentine, the poisoner for Catherine de Medici. We saw Thoré de Montmorency, little Captain Burn the Benches, his Grace the Archbishop of Bottles, who by reason of the early hour was still walking with much steadiness, the Count de Rochefoucauld, nicknamed the cabbage killer, who had ordered his arquebusiers to cut a plot of cabbages to pieces, his poor sight taking them for lanzknechts. There the Tuileries, just a building, and here the Louvre, where the King and the Queen Mother were holding court. Once we saw the royal cavalcade returning from the hunt at the Château de Madrid, and the jerkin of the King was covered with blood, it being his delight to kill the stag with his own hands. He seemed a young man fairly well set together, but with a head put somewhat low and awkwardly between his shoulders, the neck craning forward unpleasantly, giving a lowering look to a figure otherwise agreeable. As to his face, the forehead protruded, and heavy ridges above the eyes gave notice of a high temper. The nose was thick, and the upper lip protruded, while the lower one fell away. The eyes seemed of a greenish hue, and shifted from this side to that, the skin pale yellow, which showed the habitual derangement to which he was prey. But it was not a harsh face, only stupid and wistful, truthful upon the whole, but weak, most unlike Catherine, who once rode beside him, that Jezebel from Italy, who thought that to be honest was to be a fool. It was well into the month of January before word came again from Coligny summoning us to the Louvre. We knew that long communications had been sent by both Charles and Catherine de Medici to Foothold at Madrid, asking reparation for the slaughter at San Augustin. The Duke d'Oliva, the Spanish ambassador at Paris, had replied for his sovereign that Philip considered the French colonists pirates and intruders upon the domains of Spain, and that there could be no reparation. The position of Admiral Coligny was unchanged, and there, so far as we knew, the affair rested. Now, however, we should perhaps learn something more. The summons from Coligny excited hope. De Brésac and I, with M. de Teligny, passed by way of the Rue d'Aveyron and the Rue Saint-Germain, l'Auxerrois to the Louvre, over the moat and through the stone arch into a great courtyard. The place was alive with men in armor, but M. de Teligny, having the entrée, was well known to the cornet of the guard, and we walked up the wide stairs to the audience chamber, where most of the general business of the King, Queen Mother, or Admiral was carried forward. The names of M. de Teligny and of de Brésac having been passed by the gentleman in waiting, we were presently shown to the anteroom of his Majesty's apartments, where Gaspard de Coligny was awaiting us. He bore a most serious countenance as, dismissing those about him, he arose to greet us. "The King is within," he said, "and I have wished him to see and speak with Monsieur de Brésac and Monsieur Killigrew. Monsieur d'Oliva has been here this morning, and there is news from Madrid." Not knowing what was desired of us, we entered the King's apartment after the great Admiral and stood inside the curtains. The room had more the appearance of an armory than of an audience chamber, for about the walls there hung halberds, pikes, spears, hunting horns, knives, and arquebuses, while upon the floor were saddles, a morion and breastpieces, and a wolf trap which his Majesty had but just devised. Foils and masks lay upon a chair by the chimney-piece, before which a great staghound bitch lay sleeping upon the hearth-rug. Here it was that the King took his fencing lessons with M. Pompée and wrote verses with M. Ronsard. His Majesty, his back toward the door, sat before a table covered with books and papers, hawk bells and nets. He was leaning over, his elbow upon a book, his chin in his hand, while his eyes in deep thought were cast upward toward the ceiling. So deeply engrossed was he upon the verses he was writing that he was not aware of our presence until the Admiral, waiting a moment, went forward and spoke. The King started from his reverie. "Sire," said Coligny.
"Ah, mon père!"
he exclaimed, rising and stretching forward a hand.
"It is you? I was in a fine poetic frenzy, was I not? Your Majesty has a ready gift. Come, my Plato,"
said he joyously.
"you shall be the judge of how this couplet runs. Pour maintenir la foi, je suis belle et fidèle. But your Majesty, aux ennemis du roi, je suis belle et cruelle. 'Tis for a new arquebus, monsieur, which the armorer has made me. Think you not it has a glittering ring? Your Majesty, Ronsard himself could not have invented better. But this morning, think you so? Sire, I have come this morning upon a state matter of great importance."
Charles dropped back into his chair.
"Matters of state, matters of court. Can I never get away from this confusion?"
The Admiral paused a moment, motioning us forward.
"Sire, there is news from Madrid to-day, and these are the gentlemen whom you wish to see. Monsieur de Brésac, Monsieur Killigrew, and Monsieur de Téligny."
For the first time the King looked around toward us, smiling.
"Ah, Monsieur de Téligny, I thought you boar hunting in the south." "I did not go, sire. A touch of the wound I had at Havre. I have a great desire to hunt in the south." And then petulantly, Well, mon père, what is it this morning?"
"The matter of these Huguenots in Florida, sire."
"I thought it would be upon some matter of religious concern,"
he muttered with a flash of ill humor.
"Catholic, Huguenot, Huguenot and Catholic. I am sick of you both."
Then, seeing that Coligny, looking at his papers, remained grave and silent, the King sighed deeply and seized the Admiral impetuously by the hand.
"Pardon, my brave counselor. What is it that you will?"
"Your Majesty, this news from Madrid is serious. In spite of your Majesty's request of Philip of Spain, Monsieur d'Alava has replied for the second time that the blame of this massacre is upon the Huguenots themselves. He says that the view of His Majesty of Spain is that the blood of these Frenchmen is upon the soul of Coligny, Admiral of France, and that he alone should be punished."
"You! Impossible!" "Sire, you shall see. Here are other communications. One from Forquevaulx, one from other survivors of the colony, and one from relatives of this lane. Our ambassador but repeats what d'Alava has said, and writes that so pleased is His Majesty of Spain with the acts of this Menendez de Avilés that he has conferred upon him the title of Marquis of Florida." "Foi de gentilhomme! It cannot be so,"
said the King.
"It is as I have said, your Majesty. The first Spanish ship to arrive in the Biscayan ports brought some of the officers of St. Augustine, and they are today the heroes of the hour in the Spanish capital. They also hold certain prisoners who were spared from the massacre, and these too have petitioned to you to secure their release. They are held as pirates, which, as your Majesty well knows, they are not." "Jour de Dieu!" shouted Charles, rising to his feet. "I myself gave this commission under my own private seal. It is an insult which my brother of Spain offers me, messieurs, an insult to honor so highly a man who murders my people." He walked up and down the floor, his hands behind him, his brow clouded, the picture of resolution. Then, by a curious inconsistency, he leaned over the staghound which followed him, patting it on the head and saying, "Is it not so, Lisette?" as though matters of state had vanished from his memory. Coligny turned impatiently. "Sire, I have also the narration of other survivors, and I would have you talk with Monsieur de Brésac." Yes, by all means let us hear Monsieur de Brésac." Whereupon, following the direction of the Admiral, Brésac told again of the day upon the sand spit before the massacre, when Menendez had given Jean Ribault his promise under seal to hold us as honorable prisoners of war, of our desperate condition, of the surrender, and of the martyrdom. Through it all the King sat nervously pulling at his pen and looking at us, his eyes shifting uneasily from the one to the other. Before the tale was far advanced, he had the appearance of one most ennuyé, who wished to have the audience at an end at the soonest possible convenience. That he and the Admiral had been grievously and publicly insulted was a matter most apparent, and yet all signs of anger had disappeared from his manner, which was now that of a lad awkward and ill at ease in the presence of a company whose thoughts and mission he could not comprehend. Doubtless Coligny understood his mood better than we, but for my part he seemed but as a child to deal with the great national disgrace which was pending upon him if this disagreement with the King of Spain could not be set speedily aright. But suddenly the horror of the deception came upon him, as it had upon Monsieur de Teligny. A phrase or a gesture of de Brésac caught his attention, and he sprang to his feet in the intensity of passion, striding up and down again, saying over and over, "It is monstrous! It is monstrous!" He stopped as suddenly by the sight of Coligny, putting his hand upon the Admiral's shoulder. When the Chevalier finished, he said, "It is well, Monsieur de Brésac. You have served the Admiral well. And you, Monsieur Killigrew, you may be sure that this matter is not ended here." And then to Coligny, "Did you not say, mon père, that there were other reports of this unfortunate colony?" "Yes, sire, and I will read." He seated himself and began, while Brésac and I, uncertain whether the survivors were of the ships or the fort, strained forward to listen. It was the narrative of Nicolas Challeux, the carpenter. He spoke at some length of the happenings within the fort and of the attack by the Spaniards, which came at an early hour in the morning, at dawn, in a driving rainstorm. He himself was surprised, going to his duty, with naught but a clasp knife in his hand,
Seeing no other means of escape, he turned his back and leaped over the palisade.
"I know not how it was," said he, "unless by the grace of God, that my strength was redoubled. Old man as I am, and gray-headed, a thing which I could not have done at any other time, for the rampart was raised 8 or 9 feet. Having then lost all hope of seeing our men rally, I resigned all my senses to the Lord, recommending myself to his mercy, grace and favor. I threw myself into the wood, for it seemed to me that I could find no greater cruelty among the savage beasts than that which I had seen shown toward our people. By and by I came upon an old crossbow maker who was hiding in terror among some bushes with 2 gentlewomen, Madame de la Notte and her daughter."
"Diane!" I started forward with a cry which I could not restrain. It seemed as though all my life blood was ebbing out at my finger ends. De Brésac put a hand upon my arm, while the Admiral looked up from his papers sharply. "You know?" he began. "Yes, monsieur. The wife and daughter of the Vicomte de la Notte."
"I thought him at Villeneuve,"
said the King. "Sire, he was with Ribault," I said, my heart bursting. Coligny still paused. "For the love of God, sir, read on!" I exclaimed, forgetting the presents and everything save that we were there speaking of the woman I loved and that she might still be alive. The King smiled a little.
"You are impatient, monsieur,"
he said, not unkindly.
"Madame and Mademoiselle de la Notte,"
continued the Admiral,
"who had been upon their guard and had fled to the woods through a lower casement at the first sound of danger. The rain was coming down in torrents, but these women hid themselves in the hollow of an oak tree. Madame de la Notte could go no further, for she was terrified and sick unto death. I threw some bark and brushwood before the opening to the tree, but heard the sounds of the Spaniards coming, and so fled away toward the sea in company with the crossbow maker, who was weeping and wringing his hands." "The coward!" said De Brésac. "I presently descried others and came upon the artist Le Moyne and a Flemish soldier carrying a woman who had been wounded in the breast. Then, after toiling through a deep swamp, we met Captain René de Laudonnière, with whom we struggled through the marshes in great distress to the vessel of Captain Mallard."
The Admiral paused, scanning the document.
The remainder deals with the voyage to Swansea and Wales, and is of no importance." "By my faith, nor is any of it save as information. 'Twas a most scurvy trick to lock those gentlewomen up to die in an oak tree. Your carpenter could better have learnt gallantry from the hardy Flemish soldier whom he is at pains to describe." "And yet 'tis just such a place that these devils might overlook," replied Coligny. "René de Laudonnière, who has sent me his report." "Ah, mon père," said the King, rising abruptly, "shall you not spare us further reports this morning? It will all be looked into in good time. You shall prepare a plan and I will follow it. Will that please you?" And then gaily, "As for me, this morning, mon brave, I have so inventive a humor that not less than 3 inspirations have come to me while I have listened. My dear Ronsard will be here within a minute, and I have a sonnet which I must write to him." And then turning to us, "Messieurs, You may be sure that nothing will be left undone to secure the punishment of this Menendez de Avilés for the insult which he has offered me and the people of France."
And so we bowed ourselves out, I a prey to violent emotion, De Brésac not knowing whether the King were insincere or only a fool, Monsieur de Teligny sure that he was both.
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
I meet the Avenger. My wound was open again. I had learned that the carpenter Challeux had seen Mademoiselle alive after the massacre at Fort Caroline, and the tide of ebbing hope, ever restless as the moving sea, flooded up again upon my heart and engulfed me with tender memories. There was a chance, the merest thread of doubt, which held and led me willing captive amid the maze of uncertainties which seemed to compass me about. Even as Challeux had told, the story of Imola's brave might still be true. They had perhaps captured her and she had died on the way to San Augustin, but the ring might have been lost. She who was killed might have been another. My lady may have remained hidden secure in the great tree trunk where Challeux had concealed her. She had followed my advice to be on her guard. Why might she not have waited and fled by night to Satouriona? His camp at that time, as she knew, was to the north, nearer the fort than that of Imola, where we had been. If she had reached it, she would be safe as though in England. For had not the great Satouriona, marveling at her beauty, given her a necklace of beads, saying that she was fair as the moon, and calling her the Moon Princess? These strange people would take her into their village and serve her as they would one of their own blood, high in the councils of their nation. Ah, 'twas sweet and holy thinking for me, but alive or dead, my wish to cease this idle play at service to the King and be up and doing something to find her or to avenge her death came upon me again, strong as upon the sand spit, when my heart beat high with hope. I must go back in search of Mademoiselle. I could not wait with this fever of hope burning into my heart. I wished now that I had never left the country, that I had thrown in my lot with the Indians and thus lost no opportunity to hang upon the trail of the Spaniards and so to have learned the truth beyond any doubt. De Brésac would say nothing. He merely shook his head or, sighing deeply, shrugged his shoulders. Monsieur de Teligny advised that I give up all hope of ever seeing Mademoiselle again. So I had no encouragement, save only that hope which came with an instinct from within my own breast. The days dragged slowly by. Another messenger had been sent to Forquevaulx, and another answer had arrived from the court of Spain. The whole affair was now the property of the people, and in every inn could be heard expressions of horror and consternation from Catholic and Protestant alike. Charles had written Forquevaulx in this fashion: "It is my will that you renew your complaint, that reparation be made for the wrong done me and the cruelties committed on my subjects, to which I cannot submit without too great a loss of reputation." The Seigneur de Forquevaulx will not fail to insist, be the answer what it may, in order that the King of Spain shall understand that his Majesty of France has no less spirit than his predecessors to repel an insult." Brave words enough, words indeed. Words were made to hide the thoughts of courtiers. Forquevaulx fulfilled his commission. Philip's only reply was to refer him to the Duke of Alava. "I have no hope," wrote Forquevaulx after this, "that the Duke d'Alava will give any satisfaction as to the massacre, for it was he who advised it from the first." That was the news we heard, and that was like to be the end of the matter. The King of France had been 3 times insulted and now refused to raise further voice in reply. Charles and the Queen Mother would not quarrel with Spain, and all France rang with the indignity. They had resigned themselves to the affront. We saw the King almost daily going to the hunt, a faint color stealing into his sallow cheeks as he cantered down the crooked streets with his brave following. Smiles wreathed the lips where sternness should have been. The eyes that should have wept his own heart's blood danced and sparkled with the joy and passion of the chase. It was a grievous thing to see a man of his good presence falling deeper and deeper under the blight of his weakness. For all Charles cared, outraged humanity might forever cry aloud. The blood of hundreds of murdered Frenchmen might stain his very hearthstone, and the proud standards of France be lowered and trampled in the dust by the soldiers or assassins of any nation of the earth. Was he not the king? Was the stag hunting not good? And had he not written a sonnet to the eyes of Marie Touchet and an ode to justice, both of which Monsieur Ronsard had pronounced incomparable? But there were still gallant men in France. Our petitions and those of the relatives of the martyrs were not to be made in vain. Upon the morning of a certain day, while we were yet within doors, came a gentleman asking for Monsieur de Brésac. He was a soldier of ancient birth and high renown, named Dominique de Gourgues of Mont-de-Marsan. De Brésac had served with him, and had told me something of his vigorous, fiery nature and life. How as a boy he had been taken by the Spaniards near Siena, how with brutal insult they had chained him to the oar as a galley slave, how the Turks had captured this vessel and carried her to Constantinople, how they had put to sea again and were captured by a galley of the Knights of Malta, who had set the prisoners free. De Gourgues had served in all parts of the world, and his reputation as a naval commander in France was high, second only to that of the martyred Ribault. He hated the Spaniards with a mortal hatred, and the tidings which we had brought from Florida had set his hot Gascon blood a-boiling. But I was ill prepared for the figure he presented. I had pictured him a great swarthy man, built somewhat upon the scale of Diego de Basan, with a deep roaring voice and the manner of a bravo. The person I saw was none of this, for he was not large in stature, having a figure tight-knit even to slenderness. Yet it was plain to see he was built upon the model of a hound, and that the muscles upon him were as steel springs fastened upon a frame of iron. His head was ugly beyond expression, somewhat in the shape of a pear, with a wide bulging forehead, the flesh falling away at the temples and cheeks almost to emaciation. I looked in vain to his mouth and chin for the force I could not find in his brows, and then back to his eyes, where my gaze at last rested enthralled. All else might have been as nothing, and those mysterious eyes would have revealed how deep lay the soul of the man. I saw them not often in repose upon this morning, for they were flashing forth the fire that was raging in his heart. But when he paused a moment, they opened wide under the broad brows, melancholy, penetrating, but frank, sincere, and true. Eyes to watch, to grieve, to weep even, but not to deceive those he held in esteem. His voice was not strident or harsh, even as he spoke loudly, but soft as that of a woman. But in it there was that note of command which no man who has served with a great officer can ever forget. He bounded up the stone stairs 2 steps at a time, and came into the chamber with an unmistakable vigor and firmness as one accustomed and sure of his welcome.
"Ah, seigneur,"
he cried, espying De Brésac.
"Welcome to France."
And rushing to the Chevalier, he embraced him as a brother.
"Mon ami, you are new come from Mont de Marsan?" "This very hour, mon brave, and I have ridden directly to you."
Whereupon the Chevalier presented me to him, explaining that I was the Killigrew who had been at St. Augustin.
"Good,"
he said abruptly.
"Monsieur, I am indeed fortunate. It is upon this very business that I come to you."
With an abrupt gesture he threw his cloak aside and seated himself. Then, without ado, he began to speak.
"The King of France is a sluggard and a coward,"
he said fiercely.
"He has bowed the head of every honorable man in France upon the breast in shame. I, who have been upon the soil of many countries, have ever held my head aloft in pride, for I am a Frenchman. That heritage holds enough honor to place me among the ranks of the chosen of the earth. Our nation is a brave nation, and in our land a man of honor dies rather than suffer a stain to fall upon his name. The glory of our deeds has resounded from one end of the world to the other, and the luster of our achievements has been like a gleam of a shining blade in the fore of battle."
He paused and then continued slowly.
"Monsieur le Chevalier, that pride is gone, that heritage of a good name, an empty sound, that lustrous escutcheon beaten to the earth, and dimmed and blotted by the blood of our own kindred which has flowed upon it." "God knows it is so,"
said De Brésac.
"You of England,"
he continued, appealing to me,
"know well that no insult such as this could rest against the fair fame of your queen, monsieur."
And he rose from his seat.
"Unless something is done, we are a people dishonored upon the face of the earth. The King has promised the degradation of this Menendez,"
said the Chevalier.
"His promises, like his verses, come ready-made,"
sneered de Gourgues.
"Pah! He is without candor, this King, without strength, without honor, without anything that men hold most high."
Monsieur de Gourgues was walking furiously up and down as one possessed.
"Sh!"
said de Brésac.
"I care not,"
said the wild Gascon.
"'Tis better far to die or to have no country. Spain insults the King, and the King is dumb. The nobles about him are Italians in the Spanish interest, God save poor France from her rulers now and ever, say I."
Then he sat down and unburthened himself of the object for which he had come to Paris.
"I am come,"
he continued less wildly,
"to ask you to help me avenge this wrong, to raise again the standard of France from where it has been trailing in the mud by Spanish feet."
So rapid and fiery had been his speech that I could not get the exact purport of his words. How he, a simple country gentleman, could hope to embark upon so large a venture without King's aid or commission was more than I could readily comprehend. Nor was De Brésac in any better understanding.
"But, monsieur,"
he began,
"if there were any—" "Ah, Brésac,"
he cut in,
"you do not trust me. You think I will not do as I say. As you will. I tell you, I will destroy this Fort San Mateo if it takes every crown and acre in Mont-de-Marsan. Forgive me, Chevalier. I am but a slow thinker. I am with you if you will but give me half an earful of your plans. You will go?" "With all my heart." "And you?"
to me. "If not with you, then with some other," I replied.
"Ah, then that is done,"
he exclaimed joyfully.
"Now to the plans. I believe in my company first, and my plans next. For plans are of no use if there is no one to put them to practice. Here is what I shall do. If during the week to come the King of France does not obtain reparation from Spain and the degradation of this monster Menendez, I will provide ships and men and myself sail for Florida."
"But how?" we both asked at the same breath.
"My inheritance is for sale,"
said this wonderful man with a cunning smile, as though he were bartering a horse. "I shall obtain money from my brother and any others who may still find a virtue in honor. I shall have 3 small vessels with 100 arquebusiers and 80 sailors. Blaise de Montluc, lieutenant for the King in Guyenne, where my brother has a high post, will give me a commission to make war upon the negroes of Benin, to bring them out as slaves. An adventure now held most honorable. And then, voyez-vous, we will go not to Benin, but elsewhere, where we cannot at this time precisely tell, and so cannot inform our valiant company, but to some place where there is easy service and much profit. Is not the plan a good one?" De Brésac had listened, his eye kindling with enthusiasm. He now cried out,
"It is more than good, it is wonderful, and upon my life he succeeds. You shall have not 200 men, but 2,000, for by now there is not one Indian friendly to the Spanish among all the tribes of Satouriona. They will not live in subjection. I have lived among them, and I know." "Think you so? Then, pardieu, 'tis simple as plain sailing, and not one stone of this fort will we leave upon another. There's my hand on it. And now adieu. For the present, silence."
So saying, he threw his cloak about him and went away as quickly as he had come. So rapidly had the whole business been accomplished that when he had disappeared I began wondering whether it were all true, or whether this strange person were but a whirlwind creature of the fancy. But there was De Brésac holding his hand and looking at his fingers, which de Gourgues had clasped.
"Ugh! Shall I ever straighten them?"
he cried. "He has the grasp of the scavenger's daughter." Footnote C. An instrument of torture. "This comes of being chained to a galliot. No, 'tis no dream. He will do what he promises, never fear. 'Tis the most wonderful man this side of hell, Killigrew." I laughed at his manner of expressing it, yet I did not doubt that it was so, for after De Gourgues had gone I could not cast from me the spell of those melancholy eyes, and so great was his charm and vigor that it seemed as if the spirit of vengeance had been born again and had taken a new life in us all. Here was a man to dare a chimera, to achieve the impossible. Brésac and I embraced each other and went flying to M. de Teligny to tell him of the good fortune. As I think of it now, it seemed as though we were going upon a journey for sport or play at beast hunting instead of a deadly mission of death and destruction upon men like ourselves. But like the Avenger, there was no restraining us. At last we had a champion. At last there was a plan, something definite and certain in our minds, however foolhardy, to lift us from this quiet and inaction, this slough of despond, which after our travail and excitement lay upon us and weighed us down like a sickness. Monsieur de Teligny listened in surprise to the plan of De Gourgues, his eyes sparkling with joy at the news, for all the world like those of some old war horse, champing at the bit and impatient for the scent of battle. It was a great venture, he vowed, and much honor would come of it. It was one of those expeditions most to his liking, for were we not outnumbered 3-1, and would not all men rejoice that we had wiped away a stain from the fair name of France? He sighed deeply that he was worn in years and service, but he would have gone had we not shown him how much more we would have need of 4 men with all the vigor of youth to strike blows quicker and harder than had ever been struck before. The week passed, and the King was still busy upon his hunting and ballade making. No word came from the court of Spain, and no word was given forth at the Louvre for the people. The affront had been passed over. De Gourgues, not wishing that M. de Teligny should be implicated in his plots, came no more to his house. Our meetings, which M. de Teligny attended, however, were held in a small house just off the Place Saint-Germain, where negotiations were conducted with the utmost secrecy. I had not acquainted Goddard with our plans, for I knew from what had happened in Dieppe that on any matter of deep interest his tongue would wag in spite of himself. I told him only that we were soon to depart upon another mission to the New World, at which he knew not whether to manifest most joy or sorrow, for he was torn between a desire to remain at the side of the damsel he had gained and the wish for another packet of tobacco, as his own, through much squandering, had been greatly reduced in size. Day after day we saw our numbers slowly increase, until soon 10 gallants, young and hardy like ourselves, the rank and chivalry of France, were vowed to our purpose. The Chevalier de Gourgues, meanwhile, had entered upon negotiations for the sale of his estates, and had written to his brother in Guyenne, from whom after a time there came a reply most encouraging, enclosing the commission from Blaise de Montluc and an offer of money for the enterprise. Fortune so far seemed to smile upon our efforts, for nothing had occurred to mar our plans, and all things needful were readily procurable. Word came from Bordeaux, where an agent of the Chevalier had been secretly at work, that several vessels lay at that harbor which might be made to serve us admirably. Twice M. de Teligny went to Admiral Coligny to learn if dispatches had passed between Paris and Madrid, and what was the disposition of the King. Each time he came back with fury at his heart, saying that the King had no humor for religious discussions, and even had Charles shown a disposition to take up his own quarrel, nothing would have deterred the Chevalier de Gourgues from carrying out his plans, upon which he had entered with a nervous energy that knew no abating. By the end of a month or so, all the necessary money having been secured, de Gourgues and I set out for Bordeaux to look into the worthiness of the vessels upon which the agent had reported. We found all three to be of small size. One was somewhat larger than the others, being built upon the plan of the vessels of the Levant, propelled, if need be, by both wind and oars. The two smaller ones were staunch enough, and could they hold all of our company, I did not doubt that we might reach the Terra Florida in safety. They too had banks of oars, and this I considered to be a matter of great value, for the draft being not too deep, all of the craft could be brought over the bar and into the River of May if necessary. Arrangements were made with a victualler that supplies to last a year were to be set aboard, and arquebuses, morions, pikes, and arbalists were to be procured. The agent was instructed upon the class of men we needed, and notices were set up in the shipping towns for men of youth, skilled in the use of pike and arquebus, who wished a venture of a year, which would be attended with honor and profit. During the second month of our preparations the word had gone abroad that we were gold seeking, and many hundreds of adventurers came beseeching de Gourgues to take them. From these he picked out those he wished, with the same skill and quick judgment that he used in buying his hemp and oakum. He had that nice eye for hardiness that Pompey had for a piece of steel, or Montmorency for a saucy bit of horseflesh. Toward the end of April, de Brésac, with Goddard and the cavaliers, rode down from Paris, and with great rejoicing we all straightway entered aboard the ships which lay full victualled and supplied at anchor in the Raid. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We set forth again. The last figure we saw as the barges pulled away from the pier was that of M. de Teligny, outlined against the sky, erect and soldierly, his feathered beaver hat raised above his head in salute. We gave him a round and hearty cheer, for we knew how deep his heart was grieving for the youth that was his no more. By great good fortune I found myself with De Brésac upon the larger vessel which De Gourgues had renamed the Vengeance. The two smaller vessels were under the command of Lieutenant Cazenove, an officer of experience and devotion. With us was François Bourdelais, a brother of the captain of the Trinity, and 4 other gallants. Of arquebusiers there were 50. Of seamen there were a dozen or more, including Goddard and a trumpeter named Dariol, who had been with René de Laudonnière and knew the Indian language better even than De Brésac. These arquebusiers were a rough-looking lot, different in character from most of those who had gone with Ribault, and De Gourgues, who knew his Frenchmen, said with joy that he had never seen so hard-hitting a company. I smiled a little as I looked at them, and he knew my thought, as he seemed through some operation of will to know everything.
"Ah, Monsieur Killigrew, you think them better let loose upon the Spanish than upon us," he laughed. "True 'tis, mon ami, but they need only a little prodding into shape. Take my word for it, these are the only men for a venture such as this. Make them forget the debt the world owes them. Give them a free sword arm and a saint to swear by, and they will charge through an army of dons and back again for a faith which may sit as lightly upon their consciences as the skin upon their elbows."
Our voyage was not to be so favorable as our preparations. De Gourgues gave a rendezvous at the River Loire in Barbary, and we set sail upon a brisk breeze. Before night this wind blew up into a storm which drove us into Rojan. Twice did we venture forth, and each time were driven back, being at last forced into the raid at Rochelle, where we came to anchor in the Charente and remained 8 days. This was a source of deep chagrin to De Gourgues, for our provisions were being consumed while we were coming no nearer to our destination. For a few hours the storm abated, and with some misgivings at the looks of the weather, we put to sea again and set our prows to the southward. But hardly had we dropped the land into the ragged sea behind us than it began to blow still more fiercely than before. 'Twas more like a summer storm in the tropics, and hardly to be understood so early in the year, for the summer was yet a month away. Nor was it a favorable augury for our voyage. We did not know our men, and sea people are of a wont to put strange interpretations upon the movements of the elements, so I feared that they would take this misfortune as an evil presage of what was to come. For 2 weeks off Cape Finisterre we were tossed hither and thither at the mercy of the winds, the waves running sprit high, dashing in at the ports which had come loose and flooding the lower deck. It was in no manner so severe as the storm which had driven the fleet of Ribault upon the beach, but this vengeance to which we had trusted our fortunes was not the Trinity or the Gloire, and the buffets which met us were short and severe enough to play great havoc with the mind of a landsman. At last all sight of the vessels of Lieutenant Cazenove being lost, and having had many small misfortunes, such as the staving of one of our quarter boats and the loss of a piece of the bowsprit, the thing I had been expecting came to pass. The arquebusiers mutinied. The trouble came on an afternoon the 3rd week from the Charente. The men had gathered forward in a seething group, with looks more lowering than the clouds, and there was an ominous muttering and a clatter of steel under the forecastle, where some of the arms were kept. Many of the rogues were still seasick, and this made their tempers even worse than they were wont to be. These sounds and sights were most obtrusive where we stood upon the poop, but De Gourgues had the appearance of one most oblivious. He searched the sea line with his glass for the lost sails, glancing ever and anon to the westward where the weather was showing signs of promise. But no look would he give to the waist or forward deck, where the men were scowling and gesticulating among themselves. Not until the sounds became too unruly to be mistaken did he notice. Then, laying his glass upon the binnacle, he passed to De Brésac and bade him have 2 of the inboard patereros loosed and trained upon the decks below. The Chevalier and Beaudelet sprang to the guns and in a moment had cast off the sea breeching. The rogues saw the movement, and led by a tall bearded scoundrel named Cabouche, came aft in a most formidable array. They had not passed the mainmast before De Gourgues with a spring was down the ladder with drawn sword and single-handed stood face to face with their leader. "Back!" he said in a voice of thunder. "Back to your kennels, you dogs!" I had never seen him thus. So entirely was he transformed that he seemed a very demon of rage. He was leaning forward as though crouching for a spring. His voice was like the yelp of an arquebus in the beginning of a battle. We could not see his face, but it was plain it must have shown something the rogues had not thought to see in one ordinarily so melancholy and calm. They stopped as of one accord and looked from one to the other as though some mistake had been made, each ready to accuse his neighbor. For Cabouche the posture was most awkward. He stood alone in the face of the enemy, plain to the eye of every man upon the ship. He did not see his comrades behind him. He only knew that did he not make good his defiance, his position as bravo upon that ship was gone for all. He lowered his pike and came forward upon De Gourgues with the rush of an angry bull. It was a terrible lunge that he made. Armed only with a rapier, as the commander was, the blow would have done for any other most surely. But De Gourgues stood firm, looking at the fellow, the point of his rapier upon the deck. He waited until the pike seemed almost to be touching his doublet, when like the wind he sprang aside. Then with a deft turn of his foot he tripped the lout and sent him sprawling, so that he went into the lee scuppers and rolled with the wash of the deck, cursing. The mutineers, covered by our guns, remained as De Gourgues had halted them, and stood as though spellbound at the turn of the affairs of Cabouche. One discharge and a sudden rush of our seamen, and the cavaliers would have driven them below like sheep. But there was need of none of this. De Gourgues, holding up his hand to restrain us, stood swinging with the slant of the deck, watching Cabouche, who was rising from the scuppers, dripping with salt water and swearing aloud that he was not yet done. The man drew his dagger and came forward, moving in a circle around De Gourgues, looking most dangerous. The Chevalier stood this play for only a minute when, lurching forward like a flash, he spitted Cabouche neatly through the hollow of one of his great ears and bore him back against the fife rail. The rascal dropped his dagger, gave a roar of pain, and sought to disengage himself. But his ear was tough, and the captain only pushed him the harder, holding him spitted at arm's length, talking to him and examining him the while as though he were an underdone fowl over a broiling iron.
"Thou art satisfied, Cabouche?"
he inquired in a crisp, sharp voice.
"Thou art satisfied? Wilt remain upon this vessel, or wilt thou go ashore? Thou wilt remain in the forecastle, is it not so? Thou wilt tell them, thy mutineers, that rapier points and pike points fly on end and bristle for such as thee?" And here he cast him off against the mainmast in contempt. "Bah, Cabouche, thou art but a poor pikeman, for there is much more to learn in the management of the feet than of the hands. And these things I will teach thee one day. For the present, go below and wash the blood from thy face. And if the lesson is not enough, I'll have an earring for thee to match the hole I have made, and 'twill be none so fashionable as those you wear, I'll warrant."
The fellow slunk away from his look like a dog. As for the other arquebusiers, most of them had put their pieces back in the racks and had gone about their business. I marveled at the skill of De Gourgues in catching his man so nicely, but he only said,
"'Twas most simple. The rascal has the ears of a donkey and the stubbornness, ma foi, but 'tis too brawny a fellow to feed to the fish, and his hearing of my commands will be all the better for a little bloodletting in the ear." Afterwards, when I saw Mongol coins thrown about into the air, picked upon the point of his rapier through the square holes in them, I marveled no more at the ease with which De Gourgues had spitted this Cabouche. It was the influence of his look which I was at pains to understand. For though I had seen and quelled mutinies such as this 3 or 4 times in my life, I am at a loss to describe the power which lay behind the boldness, power felt by every man upon the ship. It was the very witchery of fearlessness. Cabouche troubled us no more, and in the end made a most excellent soldier, hanging upon the looks and orders of the captain and truckling as he had never before done, either upon sea or land. To our great joy, when we came to the rendezvous, we found our consorts awaiting us, they having had little misfortune of any kind, and all being well. We went ashore and rested. There, with water, game, and fresh fruits, the men of the Vengeance were refreshed and comforted until we set to sea again. At Cape Blanco, where we anchored for the last time upon the Afric coast, we were attacked by 3 negro chiefs, whom the Portuguese, jealous of our vicinage to their fort, set upon us, hoping to encompass our destruction. The black chiefs came in long canoes with their men, but so warm was their reception that, though they rushed upon us twice, but one man reached the deck. This one fought so gallantly that De Gourgues would not have him killed. So we took him a slave to make good our commission from Blaise de Montluc. When the chiefs found they could do nothing with us, they went back to the Portuguese, leaving us the freedom of the port.
Here again we filled our water casks and then set out across the great ocean. We drilled each day, and so sweet was the weather that at no time were the decks uncomfortable. Had De Gourgues the ordering of the winds, they could not have pleased him better, for 'twas a voyage of little event, and in 4 weeks we came to the island called Saint Germain de Porterique, where we landed and rested again. We sighted and landed on La Manne and Saint Dominique. In the first place we met the king of the island, who took us to his gardens, where lemons, oranges, melons, and plantains grew in great abundance. He led us to his fountain, which he called Paradise, and which he said would cure the plague and the fever. The Chevalier gave him a bale of cloth, and the chiefs loaded us down with fruit. At Saint Dominique many of the people had been killed by the Spaniards, and many had starved themselves to death rather than be ruled by these people. They made a perpetual war against the Spanish settlements. These men with long garments, they said, came among us to teach us of their God and to make us worship him. And they tell us that we must hate the devil. Their soldiers kill our children and steal our wives, and they are cowards. For us, if this is what their God teaches them, then we believe that the devil is the best. We adore him. He makes men brave. We sailed on thus from island to island, taking water and fresh provisions where we could, capturing many sea turtles so big that the flesh of one of them would serve for 60 people at a meal, the shells being of such a great size that large men could lie in them, and so hard of surface that an arquebus ball would not go through. When we reached Cape San Antonio, which is at the end of the island of Juana, we found a body of Spaniards drawn up on the beach to dispute our landing. These we defeated after a brisk battle and procured the water of which we were in need. But during all this time no word had passed the lips of De Gourgues as to the object of our voyage. No slaves had been captured, save the one man who had fought his way to the deck of the Vengeance. When the men had wished to go into the interior of the islands in search of gold, which the Caribs said was plentiful, the Chevalier restrained them, saying that the time was not yet, and that their profit would all come in good season. But he could not much longer conceal his mission. Murmurs again arose among the men of all of the ships, and though they went willingly enough about their duties, it was plain that the desire to get upon shore could not much longer be restrained. For discontent upon shipboard is often less pleasant to live with than ripe mutiny. So one day, when we had arrived at a point not 80 leagues from San Augustin, De Gourgues called the companies of all 3 vessels upon the decks of the Vengeance. The momentous time had come. We knew not how much sympathy or how little they would have with our cause, and De Brésac could not conceal his impatience. If De Gourgues had any doubts or misgivings as to the matter, he did not show them, but stood before the soldiers and sailors upon the deck at the mainmast an expression of great calmness and seriousness upon his features.
"Gentlemen and brothers,"
he began slowly,
"the time has arrived that you should know why we, men of France, have come so far and braved so many dangers under the shadow of the western sun. The God who rules the raging of the waters, who is the God of all men upon the sea, has brought us safely to this day upon a most just and righteous mission. A foul crime has been committed against our beloved France, mes braves. A year has passed, and no hand has been raised to cleanse our fair standard of the trail of blood which the Spaniards have drawn across it."
At first the men listened in silence. Then, as they comprehended, they looked at one another, and the name of San Augustin passed the lips of several. Muttered curses broke from them here and there, but in a moment even these few murmurs of anger were stifled and borne away by the flood of the fiery Gascon's eloquence as he told them in his own way the story of the massacres at Fort Caroline and on the Sandspit. As he went on, his voice arose in excitement until it rang out fair and true like a clarion call in battle, and his eyes were illumined with the light of his inspiration as he painted the worst horrors of those scenes as I have not dared to paint them here. He told his men that this alone was his purpose, and that he had chosen them from among hundreds of others because they were the men who could best defeat twice their own number. And knowing that the duty before them would be attended with great travail, he knew that he should not fail in the hour of danger.
"What disgrace!"
he cried at last.
"If such an insult should pass unpunished, what glory will there come to us if we avenge it? To this venture I have devoted my fortune. The vessels upon which you float are mine, the morions and the pieces on your backs are mine, your weapons mine, all mine, to avenge your soldier brothers. From the first I have relied upon you, even when you did not trust me. I have thought you jealous enough of your country's glory to sacrifice life itself in a cause like this. Was I deceived? Must the bodies of your soldier brothers swing like thieves from these wild fir trees, the brand of shame upon them, food for crows and vultures? Will no one cut them down? My men, I am here to show you the way. I will always be at your head. I will bear the brunt of danger. Will you refuse to follow me?"
Never had I heard such an impassioned voice, and the spirits of the men, doubtful and restless at first, burst from a spark into a flame at his words, and at his last appeal their response rose in a roar that seemed to shake the firmament. "À la mort! To the death will we follow you!" It was a wonderful scene. No English company would have changed so quickly to the fury of enthusiasm that possessed them. They threw their caps into the sea and began heaving up the anchor. Many of them crowded around our captain, begging that he would take them to Fort San Mateo and lead them at once. It was with great difficulty that he could get them to listen to him, But at last, quiet having been in a certain measure restored, he told them that they would sail through the Bahama Channel, which was most treacherous, at the full of the moon. It would be folly to take any risk at this time, when a mistake would bring to naught the planning of months.
"The time will come soon enough, my friends, for there is much to be done. Tonight or the night after, if the weather be fair, we shall sail. In a week, with God's help, Ribault will be avenged." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
We form an alliance. That night, as we slowly crept up the Bahama Channel under the resplendent tropic moon, I told my story to de Gourgues. He heard it throughout, saying no word, but sighing now and then, his melancholy eyes looking down the glimmering streak into which we were sailing as into a glory that this strange man had once been loved and had passionately loved in return. I did not doubt, for despite his ugliness of visage, there was that in his expression which would command the adoration of women, who often reckon deeper than by mere lineaments of feature. And softly illumined as he was by the pale and ghostly translucence of the night, I thought no more of his ugliness, but of his soul, for he was transfigured, and looked in his calmness, even as he looked in all the majesty of passion, inspired, and of this world a thing apart. When I had done, he put his hand upon my shoulder, saying, "It is not often that Englishmen love as you do, my friend. Build not your hopes too high, for you have suffered much to suffer so much again. It will not be long before we shall know. We shall know." And he paused, sucking in his lip ominously. After that he took my hand and said,
"I have taken a great fondness for thee, mon ami, and our solemn duty performed, what can be done shall be done. Upon that you may rely. We will first sail to the northward of the River of May, to the Indians of Satouriona. If what the Chevalier de Brésac says be true, they would be willing allies upon this expedition."
De Brésac, hearing his name spoken, now joined us.
"We were wondering, seigneur, how great a value to set upon these Indians of yours,"
de Gourgues said.
"I have ventured but an humble opinion, my captain," replied Brésac, "but I would stake my honor that there is no love lost between Satouriona and de Baçan."
De Baçan, the dispatches had said, was the new appointed commander at San Mateo.
"I pray God that it may be as you say, for a palisaded fort of stone with 1,000 men is no slight obstacle even for the brave fellows of the fleet of the Vengeance. All of us who have been at Fort Caroline know of the love which the great Paracousi bore for Jean Ribault. Dariol, the trumpeter, who was with the first expedition, has lived among them longer than I, and he has boasted that he will go among them without fear. It is in my mind to sail directly to the country of this chief. His boast may not prove an idle one,"
replied de Gourgues, and then to the guard,
"Pass the word below to Dariol, the trumpeter. We shall see."
Presently the man came from the forecastle and stood before us.
"You have no fear of the Indians of Florida, Dariol?"
asked de Gourgues.
"Not more than I have of Monsieur Killigrew or Monsieur de Brésac, my captain," replied the man with a smile. "You have lived among them longer than Monsieur de Brésac?" "A year and more, my captain." "They were friendly to Monsieur de Laudonnière?" "Until the madness for gold, when his soldiers broke faith with them." "And Monsieur Ribault?"
asked de Gourgues.
"Satouriona thought the Admiral a great chief, Monsieur le Chevalier. They swore an eternal friendship." "Monsieur de Brésac says you speak their language, Dariol." "As I do my own." "You know their customs. How think you they will look upon our landing?"
"Monsieur," replied the trumpeter firmly,
"I believe with Monsieur Brésac that if they think us Spaniards they will dispute our landing. If we prove ourselves Frenchmen and friends, they will receive us with gladness." "Why so?" "It is my belief that they hold the Spaniards in great enmity, for no arrogance will be borne by Satouriona. He is a great king, with great pride of spirit, and numbers his people by many thousands." "But the Spanish have friends among the Indians? Monsieur de Brésac has said so." "Yes, my captain, but they are the false-hearted dirt-eaters of Utina. Against these Satouriona wages a war more fierce even than against the Spanish."
De Gourgues stroked his mustache, saying,
"When we reach the coast I will call for you, Dariol. For the present that is all."
The man saluted and went below.
"Par la mort, his words ring true as steel,"
muttered de Gourgues.
"If these Caribs are valiant as he says, we will sweep this scum of pestilence from off the western land."
The next day at noon we sighted the coast of the Terra Florida, and at the thought of all Diane had suffered there, my heart welled full of emotion. Now, as we came nearer and nearer our mission's ending, the cloud fell down upon my spirit again, and the same struggle between hope and fear, of pain which is the price of joy, tossed me to and fro, held and freed me like the embrace of some temptation. The sun was yet above the foreyard when we came in sight of the River of May, but de Gourgues, wishing to reconnoiter, stood on until sunset, when we were within less than 3 leagues from the coast. Suddenly we saw several puffs of smoke spurt from the beach as the Spaniards, suspecting no enemy, fired their cannon in salute. Not until then did we know of the new defenses which the enemy were putting upon the shore at either side of the river's mouth. Our 3 vessels, to better keep up the guise of friendship, boomed forth a salute in reply, after which we put out to sea again and soon lost the shoreline in the rapidly falling dusk. The river that the Indians of Satouriona call Tacatacourou, after the name of their second greatest warrior, enters the ocean by 2 mouths at a distance of not more than 15 leagues to the northward of the River of May. Within the bar there is a safe harbor, and it was for this haven that Dariol and the Chevalier de Brésac were directing our course. But not wishing to pass over the bar until day, de Gourgues held out to sea, not coming in sight of land again until well into the forenoon. Then, the river entrance being easily discerned, he put his helm over and entered the channel, coming safely to anchor at an early hour of the afternoon. Now that we had come to our journey's ending, there was a great stir and excitement aboard the little vessels of the fleet. The arm chests and ammunition lockers were opened, and all hands put merrily to work, setting the arquebuses to rights, fixing new match cords, seeing to the barrels and rests that no disaster might befall them by reason of any negligence of their own. The grinding stones were brought out into the sunshine of the open deck, and the grit of the polishing steel and the rattle of the pike heads made music brave and martial to the ear. The seamen sang about their work as the lighter yards came clattering down upon the deck, and the culverins, unharnessed from their sea apparel, shone anew in the brightness of the summer sun. The shore upon both sides was plain to the view at a distance of half a league, and once or twice we saw the dusky figures of Indians upon the beach. Bourdelais and one or two of the gallants, unaware of the plans of De Gourgues, were for going ashore at once and giving battle. But he was in no haste. When he was ready for all emergencies, he would go, and not before. Night fell again, and with the coming of dawn a great surprise awaited us, for in the gathering light we saw that the beach was alive with savages. They made no sound, but stood in groups as far as the pines, where they were lost in the misty shadows of the forest behind them. Here and there a figure was moving from one group to another, and we knew that their runners had gone out to the nearer villages, and that they had assembled to combat our landing. De Gourgues frowned as he came upon the deck. "Carbleu!" he scowled. "There must be 3,000 of them at least. Fools that they are! I have no men to waste upon such carrion as these. You are a wise soothsayer, Monsieur de Brésac." "Monsieur," replied the Chevalier with some dignity, "I have only replied to your questions with the best of my understanding. But these red devils," De Gourgues continued, "are armed to the very fingernails. They look from here little like the allies you have promised us, Monsieur de Brésac. Oh, Dariol, come aft." De Gourgues was striding up and down in a ferment. He saw his anchors gone and his plans set adrift by this unexpected resistance. When Dariol came, he stopped before him savagely, and pointing to the dark mass upon the beach, said with scorn, "Look you, master trumpeter, at your friends yonder. Look, I say, must we cut our way through all this red vermin before we may reach the Spanish fort? Explain it if you can. What has happened?" Dariol wore a most serious face. "The matter is bad, my captain, for these Indians are surely bent upon war. Well, if we cannot prove our friendship, we shall not land without a battle." "'Tis plain as a pike handle," said Bourdelais. "A pretty pickle, sure enough. Monsieur de Gourgues, had you thought," interrupted de Brésac quietly, "that they may take us for Spaniards? But even so, seigneur, I am willing to take a risk. If Dariol will go with me, I will go to the beach asking for Satouriona." A murmur arose among those within hearing. It seemed to many a most daring thing to offer, for to our people, many of whom had never passed the borders of France, these Indians were as wild beasts or Africans, fit only to be shot or captured as slaves. For me, I believed with Brésac, and having been at the council table with Satouriona, I foresaw little harm if he were put among the natives upon the beach. So when Dariol said that he would go, I too offered my services. But De Gourgues, in his uncertain and dangerous mood, was of a different mind.
"I have no humor to lose all my men upon such a fool's venture,"
he said.
"Dariol may go, if he have the hardihood. Monsieur de Brésac—"
"Seigneur," interrupted the Chevalier,
"this man must be rowed ashore. He cannot talk and make signs to these Indians, rowing at the same time. It is I who first offered this service."
De Gourgues frowned, debating for some little time, but at last gave orders that a boat should be lowered to the water. Every persuasion that I might, I used upon him, until I saw that further argument were mere waste of words. He would not let me go.
"No," he said shortly, "we are already too small a number. Were you to go, I should be sending not 3 but 6 men, and that were already 4 too many."
With great anxiety he watched Dariol and De Brésac drop down into the boat. They had no weapons and had removed their doublets to row the better. Dariol had put in the bow a number of small trinkets, such as mirrors, knives, and strings of beads, with which he hoped to show the signs of friendliness. The morions of our arquebusiers lined the bulwarks, for the company thought these 2 men were going most surely to their death. No word was spoken, and the sound of the oars plashing in the quiet water of the harbor came down clearly upon the breeze from the land as the little craft drew nearer the shore. When half the distance had been traversed, we saw Dariol lay down his oars and stand up in the bow, shouting "Antipola! Antipola!" waving a string of beads in his hand. This brought forth a chorus of cries from the beach, and the savages came down to the water's edge, shouting and waving their bows. But De Brésac at the oars not even turned his head at the outcry. He bent steadily to his work like a London waterman, sending the boat at each stroke nearer and nearer the moving crowd. The excitement upon the ship was intense, for in a moment the craft would be grounded upon the beach in the very midst of the enemy.
"Most gallantly done,"
said De Gourgues beside me, below his breath. Dariol began shouting again, asking for Satouriona, but in the commotion we could not hear what further was said. Then something happened, for we saw a tall figure come out to his waist in the water, holding up his hands before him. In a moment the boat disappeared in the human wave that engulfed it as the Indians surrounded it upon every side, seizing the gunwales and running it up on the beach. It was a most confused mass, and we could make out little of what was going on. A fellow up forward shouted, "They have killed them! They have killed them!" And a great cry arose on the Vengeance, which drowned the yelling of the savages upon the shore. Some of the Indians were jumping into the air, throwing their bows aloft, and Bourdelais, who was looking through the glass, said haltingly, "I see them. There is the shirt of De Brésac. 3 of them are holding him. No, they are—" Then excitedly, "Upon my faith, they are clasping him by the hand. They are touching Dariol upon the shoulders. It is friendship, seigneur, friendship." De Gourgues snatched the glass from Bourdelais's hand and fixed it quickly to his eye. "You are right, Bourdelais. They walk up the beach, my comrade. They converse together. Ah, it is well." It was now patent to all on board the Vengeance that no harm had befallen our comrades, and there was great rejoicing, for there in plain sight walked Dariol and De Brésac, talking with the Indian who had walked into the water, who, by his stature, wide shoulders, and dignified bearing, I made out to be none other than Satouriona himself. After a while we saw the boat push off from the shore and make for the ship. Dariol and De Brésac rowed. In the stern we marked the figures of Satouriona and several dusky savages. At this De Gourgues ordered the company to be drawn up upon the deck and prepared to welcome his strange visitors over the side with all the state and formality he would have shown a king of France. It was a course which diplomacy suggested. I had not before seen Satouriona in his war dress, for at Fort Caroline he and his braves had come smoking the pipe of peace and wearing a small headdress and only the aziam or breechclout upon the body. As his broad shoulders rose above the bulwarks, we saw that his hair had been lifted upon his head, and two eagles' feathers painted with streaks were stuck upon it. Upon his breast was painted a picture of one of those beasts which had so frightened us in the swamp, an alligato, which was the totem of his tribe. Streaks of red and white paint were drawn upon his face, making his features fierce and threatening. I should not have known him but for his bearing, for at Fort Caroline I had thought him a most comely savage, rugged and strong-featured, but of a great calm and dignity. Behind him walked OLOTORACA, a young brave, his nephew, and Takatakuru, the second great chief of the tribe. They bore no weapons, but walked past the ranks of the pikemen and arquebusiers, making no sign of any emotion as they went with De Gourgues below to the cabin. Here he had caused a feast of wine and preserved fruits to be set forth, of which the Indians took sparingly. After this, Goddard's pipe and what remained of his tobacco were brought forth, and De Gourgues, lighting it himself, passed it to Satouriona, who solemnly puffed it and handed it to his neighbor. De Gourgues' luminous eyes went from one of the chiefs to the other as he considered the words best to use in the delicate business before him. Dariol stood behind his chair, ready to interpret.
"I have come to the country of the great Satouriona,"
he said at last,
"to bring him presents and to continue that friendship which was begun by the great white chief, Ribault."
Satouriona nodded gravely. "So it has been said. I and my people are glad."
"I thank you, great chief, in the name of my country and of my great master across the water, who in love and goodwill has sent me,"
said De Gourgues, from necessity speaking of the King of France.
"He has sent me to give you many gifts, which will be useful in your lodges as well as in the hunting. My master knows of the kindness of the great Satouriona to his servant Ribault, and prays that this goodwill and friendship will continue through the passing of many years."
Satouriona arose with great dignity and spoke. His heavy voice, made to resound under the vaulted arches of the forest, rang mellow and deep in the little cabin. I have said to the great white chief Ribault that the sky shall fall upon the earth sooner than I will become an enemy to the people of your nation. Since the great stone house was taken by these dark-bearded ones, there has been no happy day among the people of the nation of Satouriona. The sun hides his face behind the clouds, and the flowers and fruits have ceased to blossom and ripen. There is a blight upon all the land, and the rivers and streams dry up like the blood which flows from our hearts. The Spanish have beaten us back with their sticks, which speak a loud noise, and they have burned our cabins. They have ravished our wives and daughters. They have killed our children, and our hearts are heavy and ready to burst within us for shame and anguish." Satouriona paused to give his speech a greater value. "All this we have suffered because we love the great white Paracousi Ribault. But now the end has come. We can endure it no longer, and we will make a deadly war against them until the tribe of Satouriona is no more, or the people with the black beards are beaten back into the sea out of which they came." Again fortune seemed to be favoring us. The display of force was meant for our enemies, not for us. We knew the joy de Gourgues must have felt, but no sign of it showed upon his face. In Europe his reply would have been called diplomacy. "It is a great sorrow to me, O Paracousi, that the love which Satouriona bears my people has brought ill treatment upon his tribe. But such things shall be no longer. If his nation has been abused for the love of the French, then the French will be his avengers." As this was interpreted by Dariol, we watched the face of the Paracousi. Slowly, as the truth of what had been said dawned upon him, Satouriona arose from his seat and leaned forward upon the table, looking over at de Gourgues, a broad smile upon his face. "What?" he exclaimed. "Will you fight the Spaniards?" "I came here," replied de Gourgues, rising, "only to reconnoiter the country and make friends with you, and then go back and bring more soldiers. But when I hear what you are suffering from them, I wish to fall upon them this very day and rescue you from their tyranny." The effect of this speech upon these Indians was great. Their faces, usually stolid and expressionless, broke into smiles, and all their dignity and quiet was swept away by the joyful tidings. Their voices rang through the narrow cabin as they rose to their feet, and in rough gutturals and cries of their own, wildly applauded the words of the Avenger. It was some moments before quiet was again restored, for so great was the joy of Satouriona that he had no better control upon his composure than OLOTORACA, the youngest of his chiefs. When the Indians were seated again, de Gourgues, raising his hand, commanding silence, continued: "It is most certain, O Paracousi, that this expedition is no play for children. For those we must fight are sturdy men, well armed and sheltered in a fort built of many thicknesses of stone. You must summon the greatest chiefs and braves of your tribe, so that we shall make good our promises. We do not covet all the honor of this victory, and will share that as well as the spoils of the battle with you and your people." "We will go," replied Satouriona, solemnly uplifting his hand. "We will go and die with you if need be." "It is well. There should be no delay. If we fight, we should fight at once, for it will not be many suns before the Blackbeards will know that our great white canoes have anchored near their fort.
This should not be, for what we do, we must do in secrecy."
When this was rendered into his language, Satouriona drew his knife from his belt, leaned forward, lifting his hands and elbows, crouching, the very picture of keenness and stealth. His voice was low and threatening, like the murmur of the rising storm in the tops of the giant firs of the seashore. "Do not doubt," said he. "Do not doubt we hate them more than you can do." After this there followed a long discussion upon the best method of attack upon the fort, Satouriona asking but 3 days to send his runners to outlying villages, that there might be no lack of warriors for the expedition. It was decided by De Gourgues to send 3 scouts at once to learn the strength and position of the 2 forts at the river's mouth, as well as many details of the new armament of Fort San Mateo. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. OLOTORACA. During all this talk, my mind in a ferment, I was forced to sit with elbows glued to sides, unable to put the query for Mademoiselle, which trembled upon the lips, even as I listened to what was going forward. I had kept my eyes upon OLOTORACA, the nephew of the great chieftain, as he sat leaning forward with hands upon his knees, listening to the words of Dariol. It was a wonderfully handsome face, and even the hideous streaks of crimson upon it could not disguise the regularity of the features and the expression of candor and fearlessness which animated them, and the pride of his port was that of a prince, heir to some great kingdom. As he glanced about the cabin from time to time, I caught his eye and gave him a look of welcome, which he returned with a smile. The sun coming in the afterport lit up the scarlet streaks upon his face and headgear, and penetrated the ferocious disguise, reducing him after all to his proper dimension, a fine, brave lad of 25, who, if born an Englishman, would have served his queen with honor and profit. So I took the mind that this OLOTORACA should be the one with whom I would speak of Mademoiselle. Not until the planning and discussion of the attack upon Fort San Mateo had become general could I get the ear of De Brésac, and then I told him what was in my mind. "OLOTORACA," said Brésac, when at last we had come together, "it will not be many suns ere your crest will wear another eagle feather. You will go upon such a war path as was never known among the tribes of Satouriona or Tacatacourou. And when you come back to your village, there will be many trophies upon your girdle, and you will be a great chief among your people." His eyes shone as he said simply, "It is so, or I shall be dead." "You may one day be Paracousi of all your nation. After the great Satouriona is gone, it is to you that our people will look for friendship, which has been begun today." The Paracousi, Satouriona, and OLOTORACA are one in all their thoughts. For is it not from him that OLOTORACA has learned the signs of the forests and the medicine of his tribe? How shall he change what Satouriona has done? What Satouriona does is good, and shall not be altered. It is wisdom, OLOTORACA,
for the French are a great people, and they love their friends with their whole hearts. At Fort Caroline, Monsieur Killigrew and I have fought the Utinas and the Spaniards for Satouriona. And soon our chief, with the pale face, will revenge the insults and abuses which the Blackbeards have put upon you."
The young brave, at the mention of the name of Killigrew, had sent his cold glance upon me with startling abruptness, as though to pierce me through. For the nonce he was a wild animal of the forest again. Then he looked calmly at De Brésac. "Killigrew, the pale giant is called Killigrew?" He muttered the words half aloud, half to himself, and then tossed his head so that the bear claws rattled about his neck. "You have heard my name?" I asked. "The Captain Killigrew is a friend of the Paracousi Emola. A friend of Emola is a brother of Olotoraca," he replied easily. A look passed between the Chevalier and me. There was that in the manner of Olotoraca which we could not understand, but De Brésac had made a quick theory of his own, and acting on it, as was his wont, he put his hand upon the muscular shoulder of the young warrior, turning him about and looking him steadily in the eyes. "We believe in the truth of the things you say, Olotoraca, and for our part we will keep our promises. But you, what have you done for us since we have been away? What will you do for us when we are gone?" The Indian did not look at De Brésac, but straight before him. "We will keep friendship as we have ever done," he said evenly, "asking no more than we can give." "You have kept friendship with our people?" said the Chevalier craftily, and I saw his drift. "Then you have among you those who escaped from Fort Caroline?" A great change came suddenly over the face of the young brave. He flashed the eye of a hawk first at the Chevalier and then at me. De Brésac was impassive. I was leaning forward, the query that was vexing my soul hanging upon my tongue. His face lost the boyish look and in a moment became again as it was when he mounted the entering ladder, haughty and immobile. "There is but one of your race among us," he said carelessly, "a youth who calls himself Debré. He is at the village of the Paracousi Satouriona and will be brought hither on the morrow." It all happened thus as I have written it. 'Twas but a second of time that his eyelid fluttered at our sudden query as he sought to gain his composure. But in that brief moment there was that which showed us that the personal friendship which this young brave avowed was no friendship at all, but only breath upon his lips, and in no manner to be believed. If something had happened to make the Indian distrust us, 'twas no good beginning for our foray, and these doubts must speedily be cleared if success was to attend our undertaking. For my part, I was so sure Olotoraca was lying that I made myself no concern over his denial. A French youth named Debré had escaped and had been cared for. Then why not others? If Satouriona was a friend of the French, then all refugees should be safe in his lodges. After the Indians had been set ashore again and De Gourgues had been told of the manner of Olotoraca, he stroked his chin gravely. "You are certain of some deception? That is strange, for I have found a great frankness in the manner of the Paracousi. But it may be as you say, and we will be upon our guard against him. 'Tis most certain that these Caribs do
hate the Spaniards with a mortal hatred, and we must show no doubt of them until our mission is accomplished. So I say, do nothing to gain their enmity, even should you believe that friends of yours are in their keeping."
These were orders, and he spoke them firmly. But all night long I strode up and down the deck, under the deep vault of starlit sky, trying to hit upon some plan by which I could learn the truth. Why had OLOTORACA started at the mention of my name? Emola had spoken it, he said, but my return to Florida should be no cause for alarm or even surprise to him, since in the presence of that chief we three, de Brésac, Goddard, and I, had sworn to visit vengeance upon the Spaniards, and Emola knew that we would return as soon as could be. Unless our judgment was at fault, there was some matter of common interest between this young Carib prince and me, for the chance perception which had enabled us to pierce the weak spot in his armor had shown that there was something in his mind against me, which in spite of his accustomed immobility he could not hide. What could it mean? The instinct of battle and the desire to measure my strength and skill against any man who looked at me askance, an instinct which has not been taken from me even at this day, rose up strong, and I vowed I would have some fair good exercise from this fellow, should he not explain. Perhaps Mademoiselle. Ah, there was I making mysteries again. Why should I be forever bringing her forward into every uncertainty? At any rate, Debré, the boy, would know. If she were among the Indians, he could tell me where. Upon his speech, then, hung all my chance of earthly happiness. Early on the morrow we went ashore, and with a ruthless disregard for the orders of de Gourgues, I set about trying to find OLOTORACA. But since dawn he had been gone with our scouts to reconnoiter the Spanish fort. Satouriona was at the encampment, sending out his runners and receiving messages from the outlying villages. He received us gravely and took us to his lodge, lifting the deerskin at its entrance with a grace and courtliness to excite the envy of a gallant. He gave some orders, and when we were seated and de Brésac asked him who were the French people that had escaped into his hands, he looked at us from the one to the other, saying most frankly, "We have only one, my brother, and he is but a boy. Because of the love which we bear his people, we have kept him safe, though the Spanish have offered us many gifts to return him to the fort. We love him now for himself, and have made him one of our people. Behold, he is here." And turning, we saw a youth of 16 or thereabouts standing at the entrance of the lodge. For a moment he drew back, awkward and fearful, and would have vanished had not de Brésac called to him in French.
"No, we are no Spaniards, mon cher, but those of your own race. Come then."
So great was his joy that with a cry he threw himself upon us, clasping and patting our hands for all the world like some dumb animal at the sight of its master. Satouriona, cautioning us with a smile not to do him hurt, wrapped his blanket about him and went out of the lodge down to the beach to meet the boat of de Gourgues, which was reported to have left the Vengeance. Debré was a slender lad of comely appearance, but neither I nor Brésac remembered to have seen him at Fort Caroline. When his first transports of delight were over and we had told him that our object was to destroy the fort and to restore fugitives such as he to their kinsmen, he looked at us in dismay, saying of his own accord,
"Alas, messieurs, I am the only one who has been spared."
That was all I wished to know. I would have arisen and gone forth from the lodge, but Brésac looked at me, laying a hand upon my arm.
"Wait,"
said he. Then said the Chevalier to the boy,
"You alone escaped from the fort. Did you come direct to the Indians of Satouriona?" "I fell in with a war party of Tacatacourou. They brought me to the chief village of Satouriona." "You saw no other persons from the fort?" "Oui, monsieur. There were several men who fled through the swamps." "But no women?" "No, monsieur. Stay, yes. There were 2 women who fled by the casement before me and whom I saw in the forest." "Do you remember them, Pierre?" "Oui, monsieur. They were ladies who came upon the Trinity with Admiral Ribault. They were noble, I think, though I do not remember the name. La Notte." "Yes, that is the name, monsieur. I know it now, because Mademoiselle was very beautiful, and when we landed from the Gloire, I asked my mother how she was called." "And you saw them no more after that?"
We leaned forward breathlessly to get the boy's reply.
"Monsieur, I was wild with fear,"
he said, flushing red in shame.
"My mother had been killed before my eyes, and 2 Spaniards had pursued me to the breach in the wall. I fled to the forest, passing these women in my flight. I ran on and on until I dropped exhausted in the thicket." "You have not seen them since? In the head village of the Indians?"
he asked, wide-eyed with surprise.
"No, monsieur. They could not have been in the village of Satouriona, or I should have known."
He spoke with an air of conviction which drove away doubt from the mind. But De Brésac pursued his questions undeterred.
"There is a village called Tacatacourou, is it not so?" "Oui, monsieur." "Is it possible that other French persons could have been kept there without your knowledge?" "Oui, monsieur,"
said the boy, wondering.
"But why should the great Paracousi, who had been so kind, keep me away from the people of my race? I cannot understand." "You may know in time, my good Pierre. But there is a mystery which you may help us to solve. Only let no word of this come to the ears of the Paracousi." "Monsieur,"
said Pierre firmly,
"Satouriona is my father, and if any harm—" "Ah, my child, you do not comprehend," smiled De Brésac. "We are friends of Satouriona, and with him we will fight the Spaniards. You must take our word that we mean him no harm." "I will, monsieur," replied the boy at last, sighing. "It is well, mon ami. You will have no cause for regret," said De Brésac. "You have been to the village of Tacatacourou?" he continued. "No, monsieur. It is a day's journey from the village of Satouriona." "Did you not wish to go?" "Oui, monsieur, but there was no opportunity. The Paracousi OLOTORACA feared I should be captured by the Spaniards." "OLOTORACA?" "Oui, monsieur. The Paracousi OLOTORACA has been a good friend and brother to me." "Ah, I understand. He thought that you might be captured again." "But why should you fear capture on such a journey?" Is not the village of Takatakuru to the northward of this place, away from the fort of the Spaniards? I do not fear, monsieur,
replied Debray with dignity.
But if the Paracousi Olotoraca did not wish me with him, it was not possible for me to go. Then he did not desire you to go? That is what I wish to learn,
said de Brésac with a smile. Then, after a pause,
why did Olotoraca go to the village of Takatakuru? Is he not the nephew of Satouriona? Is not his place by the side of his uncle, the great Paracousi? Monsieur, the Paracousi Olotoraca is a great brave, and the first young chief in all the country. He looks about him that he may choose a squaw from the most beautiful maidens of the nation. Therefore he goes to Takatakuru. This is the common report. Then he loves. The women there are beautiful, Pierre. So it is said, monsieur. Though having seen none of them, I cannot say. Perhaps that is why he did not wish me to go. Or perhaps that is not the reason. I cannot say. That is all I know. And I pray that no harm may come of the words I have spoken. Never fear, good Pierre. You have done well. Now, if it pleases, we will go forth to meet the Chevalier de Gourgues. You will tell him what you have told us, and as much more concerning the armament and condition of Fort Mateo as you have been able to learn from the Indians. Will you go to Killigrew, or will you await us here?
I will stay, said I with a sigh, dropping on a pile of skins. The Chevalier looked at me sharply.
Pooh! Have you no instincts, no perceptions? You grow weary at a most purposeful time.
But I did not reply. Of a truth I was weary. So many times had I sailed these flights of fancy to have my poor sails torn to shreds and my poor hulk racked bone from bone, that I was for choosing at the last some harbor of refuge where I could find a rest after it all. I had come with my hair-brained followers over 1,000 leagues of sea, and for what? For murder? For destruction? For a vengeance by fire and sword, as the others had? No, it was not that which had drawn me to these God-forsaken shores, drawn me more surely than ever plummet sought an anchorage. It was the memory of a pair of honest eyes, with teardrops trembling on the lashes, as my lady bade me go and fight her battle for her, a battle which by God's grace had been deferred until now. True, I wanted the life of de Baçan. That was my own private affair. But what cared I for their wars about religion? There was sin enough in any worship which was not done in the way of peace and goodwill, and I knew that we, as well as the Spaniards, would all be most justly condemned for using God's altar to wipe our sword blades on. With the discovery that Mademoiselle was not in the village of Satouriona, my mind seemed to be weakening, and I had not control over my thoughts. The Chevalier de Brésac, with his fine philosophy, had solved the matter to his satisfaction. Seeing in the actions of Olotoraca, at mention of my name, a sure sign that for reasons of his own he held Mademoiselle de la Notte a prisoner, I could not, nay would not, bring myself to believe she was at the village of Takatakuru. A truce to imagining. I'd gone too far and suffered too much to be inventing new theories to drive me mad. We had voyaged from one end of the earth to the other, and had come at last to the place where I had sworn we should find her, and she was not there. That was all. I had had enough. God forgive me. As I lay there in my unreason, I lost all control and cursed all things that came to my tongue, forgetting that it was only through God's providence that I had been let to live and come to this day. Not caring what came of me, I lay there oblivious until I presently heard a sound without. I raised my head. A figure darkened the door of the lodge. For a moment I thought it was Pierre returning, but a moccasined foot was thrust forward, and with a deft and graceful movement the figure dropped the skin at the entrance way and stepped within the lodge. Then I saw that it was an Indian, a girl, the most beautiful of that race I had ever seen. As I lifted on my elbow, I brushed my hand across my eyes, for so quiet was she, I thought truly that this dusky vision was some creature of the fancy. With a commanding gesture she approached. I would have spoken, but she placed her finger upon her lips, looking around toward the entrance in token of secrecy. I kept my peace. At last she uttered the one word, Mahira, and touching her breast with a long slender finger, I understood that she was telling me her name. The words, uttered in a quiet tone, seemed to come from her throat rather than from her lips, and her voice was very low and sweet. When she had said that, she touched me upon my arm, calling me Kiligru, as though my name were some word in the soft language of her own. I marveled that she should know me, and could not understand what she wished. But in a moment her object was clearer, for she began to speak in the sign language which these strange people have for conversing with one another when their tongues are unfamiliar. Of this I understood a little. She had several French words, and she moved her lithe young arms and body with wonderful grace, telling me by pointing to her dusty moccasins and simulating weariness that she had come a journey from a great distance to seek me. I nodded my head in comprehension. Then her face grew sad and her body seemed to melt to nothingness. She clasped her right hand upon her left and laid them both upon her heart, saying the name of OLOTORACA. So gentle, soft, and lingering was the word upon her tongue, and so melancholy her attitude, no language could have told plainer that her heart was hers no more, and that a sadness had come upon her. She sighed deeply, looking upon her hands and fingering her silver bracelets. I put my fingers upon the head in pity, for I too knew what heart wounds were. But at my touch she shrunk away, and her mood changed like an April day. The look she flashed up at me was one of pride and majesty, and there was a spark of vengefulness, of wild unreason in it that taught me how concealed and subtle were the channels of her thought. She wanted no pity, none from me at any rate. In a moment she was gentle again, telling me that she had come from the village of Takatakuru, and with a gesture which I might not mistake, that she was a princess of the blood. It was not till then Not until she had mentioned the name of her tribe and village that I even so much as thought upon the object of her visit to me. Then the suspicions of the Chevalier, the associations of the names of OLOTORACA and Tacatacourou, linked her story together in my mind in some fashion. She had come from Tacatacourou. I started up, drawing in my breath quickly and looking her in the eyes. What if... She saw the note of anxious and expectant inquiry in my look, and met it with a smile and sparkling eyes.
"Oui, oui," she cried in joy. "The Moon Princess! The Moon Princess!"
I understood. This was no millstone to look through. I remembered the name Satouriona had given to Mademoiselle at Fort Caroline. The darkest hour of my night was past, and it was dawn that was breaking.
End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Princess. Taking Maheera by the hand and lifting her to her feet, I pointed to the entrance of the lodge where the sunlight was sifting through, and motioned her to lead on. With a friendly look, she put finger upon her lips again and peered out across the clearing. She shook her head and, lifting the skins at the rear of the lodge, motioned me to follow. Soon we had crept through the thicket into the forest and went rapidly down the long aisle of pines. At last the sounds of the Indian encampment were merged into the voices of the wood. A bird was singing somewhere, and the sough of the wind through the treetops overhead somehow brought back in a sudden flood of memory the nights at sea when Mademoiselle and I journeyed towards this wild western land. It had all come so suddenly that I was bewildered, as one who has been rudely awakened from a long sleep. Truly I had been sleeping, and the hideous pictures I had dreamed were false. De Brésac was right after all. It was his keenness of perception that had guessed the truth. It almost angered me to think that my intuition, steadfast through all these long months, should have failed me at the time when my heart was nearest its desire. But I was too near happiness to let any other emotion enter into my soul. I hurried on through the forest with Maheera, who, regardless of the heat of the morning and the roughness of the traveling, moved on beside me, seeming not even to touch the ground and giving no sign of fatigue. Her soft moccasins made almost no sound among the dried branches, while I, unskilled in woodcraft, crashed through them, awkward and heavy-footed, raising many a bird and beast which scurried away into the underbrush, terrified at such noisy and unaccustomed intrusion. But for all that, it seemed to me as though my feet bore wings, and once or twice I found myself going at so round a pace that my companion was sore put about to keep up with me. Then, with an exclamation at my lack of thought, I reduced my gait and we went along more reasonably side by side. Her mouth was set, and she kept her glance before her upon the ground. She had traversed this distance once before during the hours of the night, but no complaint or sound of any kind came from her throat. At about noon, when I wished to know the distance of the place to which we were traveling, she looked at the sun and pointed to the heavens, signifying that at an hour midway between noon and sunset we should reach our journey's ending. Once only did we rest, when I, feeling that the pace must be telling upon her, stopped and pointed to a fallen tree. She shook her head and would have gone on had I not taken her by the hand and led her to a seat, placing myself beside her and offering her a mouthful of eau de vie from the flask which by some good fortune I carried. We ate a few wild berries and then hurried onward. We had gone what I should have thought to be a distance of 5 or 6 leagues when there opened out in front of us a quiet valley with many fields of grain which cut into the hills with squares of green and yellow. Beyond, by the border of a river which lay like a silver snake in the meadows, was the smoke and village of Tacatacourou. Maheera, wishing to conceal the object of our coming, had not chosen to go straight as the eagle flies from the encampment of Satouriona. By taking a roundabout way, we had escaped the curiosity of the braves of Tacatacourou, who were hastening to the great war dance and the black drinking which Satouriona had proclaimed before the attack upon the Spaniards. Maheera, halting upon the edge of the clearing, made a sign to me and we stopped. She motioned me to take my place behind her, and following a thicket we moved cautiously, encircling a plowed field in which 2 women were working. Presently we passed the trees upon which they had hung their babes, this being their custom, and I thought we must surely have been discovered, for the infants made sinister, wry faces when I came close to them and seemed about to cry out. But Maheera crept up, crooning in a low tone and saying some phrases in her soft voice, held them quiet till I got by and was safely in the underbrush of the forest beyond. We walked silently for some time longer, threading the mazes of the forest, and at last Maheera led me, trembling at the nearness of my happiness, to an open place within a close growth of great pine trees, where several lodges, neatly thatched and cared for, stood in an enclosure. Then with a smile the Indian girl beckoned me on and pointed to the entrance of the palisade. I walked forward upon my tiptoes, craning my neck here and there in a very agony of expectation. Maheera fell noiselessly behind me, and the crackling of every twig beneath my feet seemed to shake me like an aspen. But we must have made little noise, for we reached the gate of the palisade without notice, and scarce daring to breathe, I looked around the entrance post. Mademoiselle was there. She sat upon a wooden bench beside the door of the lodge. Her look was turned toward the west, and she did not see us as we paused upon the threshold of the palisade. Her hair was cast loose about her shoulders. The breeze played wantonly with its meshes, and the slanting sun burnished it with a golden glow like an aureole. She was dressed like Maheera, in deerskin, and so pale a gem did she seem in this rough setting that her very slenderness and fairness startled me into the dread that she was translated and no more a creature of this earth. I feared to move and break the spell that held me, but an Indian woman who sat opposite, weaving, glanced up at this moment and espied us, and then my mistress turned her head. "Mademoiselle," I cried, coming forward. "Mademoiselle, it is I." She started to her feet, but casting a fleeting glance upon me, turned half around and fell senseless upon the ground. Maheera was on her knees beside her in a moment, and together we carried her within the lodge and laid her upon a bed of skins and hemlock boughs. It was not until then that I saw how wasted she was. I cursed myself for the boor that I was to burst upon her so. What if after all she had suffered she was to fade away like a flower under my very eyes? It were better that she had been struck down among the first at Fort Caroline. What if I had killed her? The misery of that moment! I fell upon my knees, raised my voice and prayed to God, who had watched so long over her, that she might be spared. The moments passed anxiously. Maheera forced eau de vie between her lips, and at last, with an intaking of breath that racked her from head to foot, she opened her eyes and looked to where I knelt beside her, my anguish all unconcealed.
"Ah, yes,"
she sighed.
"I remember now. It was silly of me. I have never done so before. But I am so weak, so weak."
Brave little heart, undaunted and strong even in her weakness. "Nay, sweetheart, it was I who startled you. Blame it to me. God knows, rather would I cut my hand from my body." She laid her soft fingers upon my wrist.
"Hush,"
she said gently.
"I know. I have learned. I know how you love me, dear."
She paused as she gained her strength while I mutely worshipped. Then she went on reverently.
"It is that which neither time nor distance can alter. It has been with me always, and so I knew that you still lived and one day would come for me."
I had no answer but to press my lips upon her slender wrist. She closed her eyes for a while and seemed to sleep, while I sat beside her in great ferment of mind at her suffering. But soon Maheera came into the lodge with a bowl of some steaming herb. This Mademoiselle drank with relish, and Maheera propped her up with robes and branches. As she grew stronger, the faint color came back into her cheeks.
"It is over now?"
she asked at last. "Yes, it is over. There shall be no more suffering. Your friends are here and you are safe." She leaned back her head, closing her eyes and sighing contentedly. Presently, as a thought came to her, she started up from her pillow.
"OLOTORACA,"
she said half in alarm.
"Where is OLOTORACA?"
I set my teeth as I thought of the haughty young brave and his lies to me in the cabin of the Vengeance. "You are the prisoner of OLOTORACA, mademoiselle?" "If he has."
There, there. Vex me not now, Sir Firebrand."
She smiled. "But, mademoiselle."
"Nay, I am aweary. Vex me not. There must be no anger between you two. What? Cannot you understand? He can be no enemy to you."
"But he lied to me. He would have concealed you and kept you from your own people."
"Yes, I am his prisoner. But you must listen to me and do what I ask of you. When you know, you will say it is rather a debt of gratitude than of blood that you owe him."
"Say on, dear heart. I will listen."
"Then it is this."
She paused, fingering the robe.
"OLOTORACA loves me, Sydney. Nay, do not scowl so blackly. For shame! And he but a savage creature of the woods. Can you not understand? It is a kind of worship. Though he comes often to this place, He stands aloof and waits upon me as though I were a very queen, content only to look and do my bidding, asking for nothing and hoping for nothing that I could not give."
"But he has kept you here."
"Where else could I go, good Sydney? Here was everything this country affords. I had been safe and cherished by his people, and this old woman and the gentle Maheera guarded until last night, when they were called to the war dance by his own braves, with never a fear of beast or Spaniard. Sydney, it was this Paracousi who saved my life from De Basan. It is he who has preserved me against their expeditions. Presently you shall know. Ah, you wrong him to doubt for a moment his service or his intent. Has he not saved me for you? No, no, no. There must be no more blood, no more blood. Where is he, Maheera?"
she inquired anxiously.
"Where is Olotoraca?" "There is no need for fear,"
said the girl.
"Olotoraca is at San Mateo. Ah, I am thankful."
Mademoiselle gained strength rapidly. Happiness does not often kill. And as for me, what could I say? The mastery of my spirit was no easy task. But as I looked at her and thought of all her suffering, there was nothing I would not have done for her. I resolved not to wait for Olotoraca, but to take her away aboard the Vengeance before he returned. Afterwards, when I learned of the battles he had fought in her defense, upon my soul I began to have a liking for the man, as I had at first sight of him in the cabin of the ship. The love we bore made this Red Chief and me akin. Just before sunset, my lady, having slept a little, called Maheera to her. The Indian girl put her dark fingers upon the fair brow, tenderly stroking the hair away from the temples and sighing. Mademoiselle understood the easier words of the Indian tongue and their signs, and spoke a few words to Maheera, asking her why she was sad. The red blood of the Indian came to her face as she answered.
"It is that the skin of Maheera is not fair like that of the Moon Princess. Olotoraca looks no more upon the maidens of his own race. The Moon Princess will soon be gone. It is that also which makes Maheera sigh, for now that she has brought the White Giant to take her away, Maheera is sorry." "It is best so, Maheera. But why did Maheera not say that she was going to bring the White Giant?" "Maheera does not know. Only late last night came a message to Takatakuru saying that the white canoes of the French had come." "But why did she think the White Giant would be with them?"
Maheera smiled.
"Because the Moon Princess many times had said that he would come, and well, because she wished."
Maheera was confused. She could not acknowledge that it was jealousy.
She wished to please the Moon Princess."
It was my lady's turn to flush.
"Ah, Maheera,"
she laughed, shaking her finger,
"you must not tell these things."
The simple straightforwardness of the Indian nature would not permit her to understand, for she opened her eyes in wonder.
"Maheera thought what she did was good."
Mademoiselle replied not, but I told Maheera by signs that her heart was a heart of gold. Then said my lady,
"Will Maheera grieve when the Moon Princess is gone?" "Not so much as Olotoraca will grieve. But Maheera will be here, and he will soon forget the Moon Princess." "Maheera knows not. She is sorry. She loves Olotoraca with all her heart, but she has no hatred for the Moon Princess. She will think of her and love her always, even when she has gone into the water of the coming day."
There was trembling in the soft voice of the maid. It is a sadness to make so true a friend only to lose her again. The following morning, with many pauses, Mademoiselle told the dreadful story of her sufferings. Nicolas Challeux had spoken the truth, for hidden in their hollow tree, covered by branches, Diane and Madame lay concealed throughout the terrific wind and rainstorm of that frightful night, and through the terror of the next day. I did not press her to tell me more than she offered, for it grieved her to the soul to live over again that unhappy time. With hushed voice she told how she had fallen into the sleep of utter exhaustion, and had wakened to find her hand clasped in the icy one of Madame, whose white eyes showed that she had died of fear. She shuddered as she told of her escape upon the second night, worn almost to death by the agony through which she had passed; of her struggle, worn and draggled, more dead than alive, to the river upon whose bank she had fallen from exhaustion. Then her face lightened a little as she told how an Indian warrior had discovered her in the long grass, and how he had carried her stealthily to the hiding place among the Tacatacurus. But a Spanish soldier had seen her, and 3 times Diego de Baçan had come himself to the camps and villages of Satouriona, telling of the death of the Sieur de la Notte and of the massacres upon the sand spit, asking for her and offering great rewards if they would return her to the fort, saying that she should be treated as a princess. Spanish spies were always upon the track of Olotoraca, but he, wary and skilled in woodcraft, had ever slipped away from them, save once, when 2 of them traced him to the palisade. They had surprised him at a time when no guards were about the enclosure. Fearing to arouse the Tacatacurus, they would not fire their arquebuses, and so set upon him both at once with their swords. With his spear he had pierced one through the neck, the other taking to flight. He lamed badly with an arrow, so badly that the fellow could not get back to the fort to tell his discovery, but was killed that same night, not a league away. Could I wonder, after the tale of this service, that Mademoiselle would have no bloodletting between the Paracousi and me? Then I, in my turn, sick even at the memory of it, told how the braves of Imola had found the ring with the ancient setting, and how I had given her up for lost. And then I learned how she had given this ring to a waiting maid of the household of Laudonnière in recompense for her kindness and service to Madame. Thus all was explained. That night, when we had eaten, we went out into the sweet-scented woods and seated ourselves upon a bed of moss under a wide-spreading oak. The sun had set, and the twilight fell down upon us warm and soft as the touch of velvet. The breeze had blown into the west, where great banks of clouds hid the last glorious rays of this wonderful day of ours. For a long time we sat silent, fearing to break upon the hush of the animate things about us. Every twig was sleeping, and over us fell that deep, mysterious spell of the giant forest which linked us with time. For the nonce we were instincts only symbols of nature, a peace with eternity. We were so happy that we knew how little was the meaning of mere words. At last Mademoiselle sighed deeply.
"It is the end of travail,"
she said.
"The world is as tired and content as we."
"Thou art so content?" I asked, bending over her. She drew a little from me, smiling.
"Not too content, monsieur. Perhaps 'tis by contrast with what has gone before."
She said it with a touch of coquetry, that last ingredient which goes to make a woman. For all my boorishness, I understood. "Yes, thou art happy. I can see it in thine eyes. As for me, I will be happy when I see the roses blooming in thy cheeks again." She made an impatient gesture.
"For shame upon such loutish speech. Thou art not happy?"
"I would say—"
"You would say that the roses bloom not in my cheeks?"
"But, Mademoiselle—"
"Am I so pale, monsieur, and so uncomely? In my life I have heard nothing so ungallant. Think you I can find mirror and lady's maid in this wild place? Monsieur, if you like me not—"
Scorning further parley, I had but one answer for this protesting. A little soft gray squirrel, belated, had come down from a tree near by and sat upon his haunches, switching his tail and looking at us most curiously.
"Upon my word, I find you a most forward person,"
said my lady, brushing back her hair from her temples. "And I, by your leave, find you most impertinent, and therefore quite strong enough to make a journey with me."
"Then we may get away to the ships on the morrow?"
"And you are willing for me to carry you?" The color flushed again into her pale cheeks as she cast down her eyes upon her deerskin leggings, and then strove to pull the short skirt to cover over her knees. "What matters it, my Diane?" I whispered. "And besides, when the fort is taken we may find a minister or a priest." But she clapped her hand upon my mouth and would hear no more.
End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We advance. Before the sun had gilded again the tops of the loftiest pines, Mademoiselle, Maheera, and I had started upon our way. I had counseled traveling in the afternoon, but in spite of her weakness, Mademoiselle was impatient. She feared that by some mischance OLOTORACA might return. We marched on bravely, covering 2 leagues before the heat of the morning, when we made a halt that Mademoiselle might rest. She vowed that she felt no weariness, but after all that had befallen her, neither Maheera nor I had the humor to see her pressed. We knew that she would have walked on until she had fallen from utter weariness before she would have spoken a word of plaint. There was no need for haste. In the depths of the woods there was little to fear. If we reached the encampment of Satouriona by sunset, I would be well content, for Mademoiselle could not safely be conveyed aboard the Vengeance save under the cover of darkness. The attack upon Fort San Mateo could not well be made for 2 days, for Maheera made sure that not until the war dance and the black drink were over would her people start upon their journey to the southward. As we rested there in the deep shadows of the forest, I
told Mademoiselle of Dominique de Gourgues and of the Chevalier de Brésac, and what they had done for her and for me, and how much I owed the Avenger on her account and on my own. When I had finished telling her of the plans of de Gourgues, she gave a sign of fear, the only one she ever showed.
"You will go," she cried, starting up. "You will go to the attack of Fort San Mateo?"
I took her hand in mine. "Mademoiselle," I said in anguish that she should be so troubled. "Mademoiselle, can you not see? My word is pledged. I must go." Her hand clasped mine convulsively, and she turned her head away.
"I had hoped that you would not, that you loved me more."
"Do not say it, dear heart. You do not mean."
"But it seems so hard. I have been so long alone and forgotten."
"My Diane, do not make it even harder for me. Do not weaken now, you who have been so brave." I put my head in my hands, for I was grieving sorely. My suffering seemed to give her strength.
No, she whispered. "Forgive me. I meant it not. I am not myself. I wish you to go. It is a just fight. If God wills that you should have victory, then you will come back to me safe. If you are defeated—"
I raised my head with a smile. "Never fear for that, dearest. There shall be no defeat. In 2 days we will return. In a week we will be sailing for merry England." And then with a smile, "As for me, my Diane, why, I promise you upon my word that even if affairs go badly, I will still return to you unscathed. I shall bear a charmed life, and when I see that there is danger, I shall stand in the ranks of the laggards in the attack, and if there is ever a tree big enough to hide me, there will I stay until the fort is won." Mademoiselle was laughing through her tears by this time.
"Nay, that you will not," she said proudly. "If you go, you shall be nowhere but in the very fore of battle."
"There speaks my brave Diane. But it is impossible we should fail. With these Indians we outnumber them 3 to 1, and by secrecy we will fall upon them as they fell upon Fort Caroline, and take them before they know that we have come."
"Yes,"
said Diane.
"all will be well. We cannot have been separated and thus brought together to be again ruthlessly torn apart. God has been good to me. If there is to be further suffering, but I cannot believe it. I will not. And now," starting to her feet, "en avant, monsieur."
In this way, by resting often, we came towards sunset to within a short distance of the harbor and encampment. Then, by making a wide circuit to the left, we passed the Indian trail and by stepping stones crossed a small stream which ran into the harbor. Down this we walked, I carrying Mademoiselle, much against her will, in my strong arms, until at the right we saw the glare of the Indian fires upon the beach and the glimmer of lights which showed where the Vengeance and the other ships lay at anchor. When we came to another crossing place, Maheera bade us wait, while she went forward toward the encampment. By this time OLOTORACA must have returned from his expedition to the Spanish forts. I hoped that Maheera would escape his notice, but I doubted not that she could explain her presence at the camp to his satisfaction. In spite of this assurance, it seemed a long while before she came back. Several times we heard the sound of footsteps and thinking that some keen-scented Indian might have wandered upon our trail and be following it, I drew Mademoiselle deeper into the thicket. While I feared no injury, I knew not what complications might come should the escape of Diane be discovered to OLOTORACA. I had disobeyed the orders of de Gourgues in following Maheera, and I was in something of a quandary how to have Mademoiselle conveyed aboard the Vengeance to safety. I knew that I had some stormy moments before me with de Gourgues, but felt that could we carry forward our object and bring Mademoiselle aboard the vessel secretly, his displeasure would speedily pass by, and I trusted much to Mademoiselle. Could he resist her, he were less than a man. After a time we heard the footsteps, not of one but of two persons, and presently Maheera's soft voice called out through the darkness from the crossing place where we had been. In a moment we were together. There was de Brésac, my good Brésac, whom our little guide had found at the camp. He embraced me with great joy, saying that de Gourgues was much perturbed over my absence, but that he himself had believed I would return safe and sound. To Mademoiselle he bowed with a grace which would have done him honor at a levee, bending over and kissing her hand and telling her in courtly phrase how long he had looked forward to this moment. I thought it savored too much of Paris for these rough words, but nothing the Chevalier de Brésac saw fit to do was greatly out of place. Mademoiselle, for her part, told him in her sweet voice how deep was her debt, and the Chevalier, like all others who saw her, thereupon vowed himself forever to her service. I told him straightway that he might try his service now, since Mademoiselle had no humor to swim to the ship. "Yes, good Sydney," he replied, "and you have come near enough crossing the plans of the Avenger to set a smaller value upon your life than I have put upon the Spanish. If I mistake not, you yourself will need some further service from me. But I will see. Stay here, and I will return as soon as may be." And so he departed alone. By and by the red glare of the Indian fires increased, and a murmur which at first rose no higher than the distant booming of the surf upon the beach came to our ears. There was a measured and rumbling noise which I did not understand. Maheera craned her neck and put her hands to her ears. "It is the war dance," she said excitedly. "The dance of the battle. OLOTORACA is there. I can hear him. They are playing upon the tawagons. Tomorrow they will drink the black drink. Then they will go." In a little while the glow of the fires seemed to light the whole firmament, and the sound of the voices and the drumming rose to a prolonged and savage note. Louder and wilder it grew, swelling into a vengeful and relentless scream, more animal than human, which seemed to rend the very sky. The dancers saw themselves already victorious at San Mateo, and fiercely cried their desires to their gods of war and vengeance. So piercing were the shrieks that the beasts of the forest were aroused, and we could hear their answering howls come now and then from the woods behind us. Even the birds started from their perches, fluttering down past us, crying shrilly to one another in fear at the unwonted turmoil. Mademoiselle shuddered. Maheera, missing no note of the savage chorus, said proudly,
"Olotoraca dances first and dances longest. Olotoraca is a great chief."
It seemed long before De Brésac returned, but when he did, it was with the news that de Gourgues had been placated and that a boat had come ashore for us down the beach.
"My good friend,"
said he,
"never in my life have I seen a man so glad or so angry at the same time. He walked the cabin driving his heels fiercely into the deck. Upon my life, one would have thought it was not you but I who had disobeyed his orders. You might have set the whole tribe at enmity, for all the difference there would have been in his demeanor. When I could find a pause, I told him all. Mademoiselle saved, and Olotoraca in ignorance. And he swore the harder, saying a man who obeyed not orders had no conscience and was better dead. In his heart, I think he secretly rejoices, for no matter what the result of our venture, Mademoiselle may stay aboard with Bourdelais and so be safe."
All of this and much more he told me as we walked behind Mademoiselle and Maheera to the boat, which we found upon a sandy beach at some distance from the Indian camp. In half an hour we had hooked the entering ladder of the Vengeance, and I breathed a sigh of relief when Mademoiselle was over the side and safely upon deck. De Gourgues stood by the bulwarks and bowed low over the hand of Mademoiselle, conveying her himself to his cabin, which was brilliantly lighted in honor of the event. But of me he took no more notice than if I had been a liar or a sweeper. He requested De Brésac to go with them, and I saw through the open door that food had been prepared. Then the door was shut, and I was left in darkness to muse upon my indiscretions. I leaned upon the taffrail somewhat sadly, for 'twas not a brilliant homecoming for me. For a long time, it seemed, I stood with Job Goddard watching the whirling shapes at the Indian fires and listening to the savage cries of the dancers.
"'Tis time them Spaniards was a praying, Master Sidney,"
said Job.
"There's a smell of blood about this here."
"Aye, Job," I replied. "I'm sick of it." At last the cabin door flew open with a clatter, and the Chevalier de Gourgues himself came out upon the deck shouting,
"Pass the word for Monsieur Killigrew."
I walked out of the darkness and stood before him in the glare. "I have come aboard, sir," I said, doffing my cap.
"My eyes are reasonably good, monsieur,"
said he most sharply and coldly, looking up at me like a gamecock for some moments.
"Nor have I a custom of any incertitude of mind. But saperlotte, I am of two dispositions about you."
He leaned forward scowling. I was much disconcerted.
"You have placed all my plans in jeopardy, and I know not whether 'twere best to hang you to the main yard or to blow you to perdition with a powder charge. But—"
His rigidness fell away from him, and he broke into a merry laugh.
"You could not wait, eh, my beef eater? Par la paque Dieu, I blame you not. I blame you for nothing. Not if you had disobeyed the orders of the Admiral himself."
He took me by the arm and led me into the cabin, where Mademoiselle, tired but content, was smiling at us.
"The lady pleads your cause well, monsieur,"
said de Gourgues.
"She has my service. This time I forgive you. But remember," he laughed, "if it happens that you disobey her," and he paused, "if you disobey her, there will be no spar upon the Vengeance high enough to bear your bones."
By midnight the sound of the mad revelry upon the shore had ceased, and in the silence of a night which held a deeper content for me than I had ever known, I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. The following day was consumed in the final preparations for the attack, and in the drinking of the black drink by the Indians. It is a custom with them, before they go into battle or danger of any kind, to drink as much of this concoction, which is the brew of a kind of leaf, as they can hold. They believe that it purifies them from all sin, and leaves them in a state of perfect innocence, and inspires them with an invincible prowess in war. De Gourgues, in order to show how strong were his prowess and sympathies, pretended to swallow the stuff, but he afterward told me that when he found the opportunity he had poured a quantity of it out upon the ground. It was evening before the Indians gathered their weapons and filed off into the forest, it being agreed that the French should go by water and meet them before the attack. De Gourgues had no further need to encourage his men. The excitement was at fever heat, and aroused to the very bursting point of enthusiasm, they tumbled down into the boats with ready weapons and purpose that could know no turning. François Bourdelais, with 20 sailors, was left upon the ships. In the event of failure, he was to wait as long as might be for the men to return, and then set sail for France. Mademoiselle was safe at any rate. I was glad that she did not appear upon the deck. It would have savored too much of that day when I had left her upon the bastion of Fort Caroline. But among the excited Frenchmen there were many embracings and many messages to wives and mistresses. After that they went blithely enough, for it was a wonderful venture on which we were going. We were about to attack 400 hardy, well-trained men in a stone fort, where with reasonable skill they might hold their own against an army. We were well under way before the darkness swallowed up the dim shadows of the ships. Hour after hour of that calm, half-tropic night we pulled at our oars, gliding softly along by the somber shores, sliding now and then over a pebbly bar, but moving ever slowly on to the southward, with the soothing murmur of the surf in our ears and the balsam of the land breeze in our nostrils. In the gray of the dawn we came to another river, and a breeze sprang up from the sea, which by sunrise blew with violence from the northeast. Here we found our Indians waiting upon the bank. For a while the gale delayed us, but our Frenchmen would not wait long, rowing at last boldly across. Had it not been for the morions with which they were forced to bale incessantly, they must surely have sunk. As it was, the boat in which I was conveyed with de Gourgues was half full of water when we arrived upon the beach. When we had landed and put ourselves to rights, led by the AVENGER, we pushed forward on foot through the forest. By the side of the captain marched OLOTORACA, armed with bows and arrows and a French pike to which he had taken a great liking. Looks of friendliness passed between us. I doubted if they had been so friendly, at least upon his part, had he known. The arquebusiers followed, while de Brésac and I, with our armed seamen, brought up the rear. All of that day until 5 of the afternoon, pausing only to eat and drink, we hewed our way through the swamps and thickets toward our destination. Then, almost spent by hunger and fatigue, we came to another river or inlet of the sea, which Dariol, interpreting for OLOTORACA, said was not far from the nearest of the Spanish forts at the mouth of the river. Job Goddard, footsore and weary, brightened at the gleam of the water.
"Oddszoons, Master Sidney, 'tis a mighty sweet sight. Do we take to boats again now, sir? For my legs have little energy enough. Unless I must sit down to my work, 'tis a bad fight I'll make this day for poor Salvation Smith, sir."
When we had crossed the river in the canoes which had been sent, we found 300 Indians waiting for us. But tired as he was, De Gourgues would not rest. With OLOTORACA and 10 arquebusiers, he set out to reconnoiter, for he wished to attack at daybreak. When we rested, night closed in, and finding it vain to struggle on in the darkness among the tangled vines and fallen trees, De Gourgues was forced to return to us anxious and gloomy. After he had eaten something, a brave of the chief OLOTORACA came to him, saying that he knew of a path along the margin of the sea. De Gourgues joyfully set us all in motion again. The brief rest had made new men of us, and even Job Goddard caught some of the spirit of the adventure. The path being a good one, we went forward with speed, and at dawn, after a night of indomitable perseverance upon the part of these soldiers, we reached the banks of a small stream. Beyond this, and very near, was the first of the smaller forts that had saluted the Vengeance as we sailed up the coast. But to our great chagrin, we discovered that the tide was in, and having no boats at this point, we could not cross. De Gourgues was in a great ferment of mind, for he had hoped to take the fort while the defenders slept. He walked nervously up and down the bank, trying in vain to find a fording place. To add to the discomforts, a drenching rain fell upon us, and the arquebusiers had much ado to keep their gun matches alight. But they held them under morions, thus preserving them and screening the glow from the sentries of the Spaniards. The light grew fast, and so we withdrew to the shelter of the thicket. The fort was now plainly to be seen, and the defenses seemed slight and unfinished. We could even mark the Spaniards within, yawning and stretching their arms as they crawled lazily from their beds at the call of day. It was maddening to the Frenchmen. I could see them crouching all around me, their eyes glowing like the sparks of their match cords, and their hands trembling with excitement. After a time, which seemed interminable, the tide went down, or at least it fell so low that the stream would not come higher than the armpits. And finding a spot concealed by trees from the view of the fort, the passage of this stream was begun. Each man tied his powder flask to his morion, held his arquebus above his head with one hand, and grasped his sword with the other. The channel was a bed of sharp-pointed shellfish, and the edges of them cut the feet like knives, even through our boots. The Frenchmen rushed through the water, unmindful of all save the eagerness to be within the Spanish fort. But as they came out from the stream, lacerated and bleeding from the briars and the shells, the Avenger restrained them and set them in array of battle under cover of the trees, where they stood panting, their eyes kindling and their hearts throbbing in a frenzy of anticipation. Now that his quarry was in plain sight, De Gourgues laid his plans. with the deliberation of a careful field captain, sure of his position and of his men, but waiting only to devise the more surely. Whatever happened at Fort San Mateo, he was sure of these two forts at least. When the men were all in line and looked carefully to their weapons, he drew his sword so fiercely that it rang against the scabbard. He pointed it through the trees. "Look, my comrades!" he cried. "There are the robbers who have stolen this land from our king! There are the murderers who have butchered our countrymen!"
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The death of the wolf. De Gourgues gave the word. Cazenove with 30 men pushed forward to the fort gate, while the main body of us, under De Gourgues, ran at full speed for the glacis. We were not discovered until we were well up the slope, when a cannoneer who had come upon the rampart sent up a startled cry. "To arms! To arms! The French are coming! The French are coming!" The Spaniards had just finished their morning meal and came rushing up, fastening on their steel pieces. The gunner who had given the alarm, hastily aiming his cannon at us, fired wildly, and the ball went crashing into the thicket. He had time even to load and fire again before OLOTORACA, who had outstripped the others, ran up the glacis. He leaped the unfinished ditch and drove his pike through the Spaniard from breast to back, pinning him to the gun carriage. Some of the Frenchmen were by his side in a moment, and jumping down into the fort they cut their way into the thick of the superior numbers, who fell back before the fierce onslaught. "After me!" shouted Cazenove from the gate. "They fly this way! At their throats, mes garçons! Cut them down!" De Gourgues turned the rest of his men in that direction. The Spaniards were caught between two fires, and all of those who had escaped from the fort were imprisoned between our party and that of Cazenove. The Indians too came thrusting upon their flanks. Many of them fought desperately, but their efforts were futile against the whirlwind of passion of the Frenchmen, who beat them to the earth like chaff. All except a few were killed upon the spot. Those who were spared were saved by the Avenger for a more inglorious end. During all this time we had been aware that the Spaniards in the fort upon the other shore had taken alarm and were firing upon us without ceasing. But when the first victory had been won, De Gourgues turned 4 of the captured cannon against them, and to such good purpose that one of the Spanish guns ceased firing at once, the men running below in dismay. Then one of the boats, a very large barge which by this time had arrived alongshore, was brought to the landing place, and 80 of us were crowded into it. The river here is about 1/4 of a league in width, but the Indians rushed into the water after us, and holding their bows and arrows above their heads, swam across straight as water rats. Their dark faces, fierce and scarlet streaked, seemed to darken the whole surface of the water, and inspired a great fear in the Spanish garrison. Whichever way the Spanish looked, there was certitude of a horrible death before them, and so, seized by a sudden panic, they fled terrified into the woods. But by this time we had landed below them, and blocked their path with the arquebusiers, sending charge after charge into their ranks and cutting them down without mercy. They recoiled again in dismay, but the Indians had crawled dripping upon the beach and were upon them with savage shouts, beating them down before we could come within sword thrust. It was with difficulty that De Gourgues could save the lives of a few, and indeed he had no notion of sparing them altogether. He only saved them, as he had saved the others, for another death. I did not know De Gourgues in the character of bloodletter. He had lost that cheeriness and buoyancy that had drawn me so closely to him. Upon his face he wore a look of satisfaction that was a horror to see. For vengeance done, a man with any shred of compassion in him must now and then give vent to some expression to show that his devil craves a compromise with his God. But not so De Gourgues. He looked at the blood about him without pity or compunction, and cast upon those who had been taken so sour a look that some of them drew shuddering to the length of their bonds away from him. Even I, accustomed as I had become to the horrors of carnage, turned away in disgust, for the sights I saw among the Indians were too savage for description, and the French were little better. Job Goddard was everywhere in the thickest of the fighting, and though he had little pity for the Spaniards, he, like myself, shrank from cutting down disarmed men. Once I saw a fellow whom he had spared rise upon an elbow, and with his last remnant of strength send his poniard flying at my Englishman. It hit Job fairly in the upper arm and stuck there quivering. Goddard nonchalantly plucked it out and put it in his belt, saying, "A good line shot, me friend, but most indifferent elevation. When ye wish to strike home, aim high, me garlic eater, aim high. And 'tis no cursed bad advice for a man about stepping across the threshold of eternity." As for me, all this slaughter turned my stomach, and I sat apart, for I had come out for no such business as this. I wanted the butchery speedily over, and the attack on San Mateo made immediately. Should we be successful there, I knew that other such scenes would be witnessed, for De Gourgues had vowed there would be no shadow of difference between the massacres of Fort Caroline and Fort San Mateo. But in spite of repugnance at what would follow, I hoped and prayed that we might be victorious, for I felt again the same old passion to be at the throat of De Baçan. I made my vow that he should die only through a fair test of skill or strength with me. How I might save him from those red hellhounds, our allies, I did not know, but if I could compass it, I intended to meet him upon even terms. My practice in Pompey's salle d'armes should have made my swordplay good enough to cross blades with him. I scarce know why this haunting desire to fight De Baçan should have filled me so relentlessly through all these months. And now, since Mademoiselle had not fallen into his hands, I, not he, had won the game, and the ancient grudge was fitter upon his side of the balance than upon mine. But De Gourgues had deferred the attack upon San Mateo until his preparations could be carefully finished. All the next day we spent in making ladders to scale the walls, sending orders through Satouriona and OLOTORACA to the Indians, giving them their stations in the forest, and arranging that no movement should be made until a signal was given. So closely had Satouriona and Tacatacourou watched the fort that, though making no attack and keeping well into the shadows of the forest, they had succeeded in confining all the Spaniards within their own lines. Those gentry heard the savage cries resounding through the woods until their echoes faded away in the distance. There was a desperate work before them, and they knew that the sounds of the war cries and the barking of the French arquebuses down the river meant a harder fight than they had ever had before. They judged from the sound of the shots that the French numbered several thousand. All of this we learned from a Spanish soldier who ventured out, feathered and painted like an Indian. He came within the lines of our outpost, but the lynx-eyed Olotoraca, walking with de Gourgues, spied through his disguise, and the man was seized before he could get away. From him the Avenger learned that in Fort San Mateo were 260 Spaniards under Don Diego de Basan. This confirmed the report we had heard. De Basan was still there. I feared at this last moment of my quest that some unhappy accident might have sent him on an errand to San Augustin. On the evening of the second day after the first assault, de Gourgues, well pleased and confident that his plans were carefully laid, gave orders that the Indians should close in upon the fort with all possible secrecy and lie in wait under the shadows of the trees and bushes of the hills and river bank. Before the day had broken we were in marching order, and after a hearty meal went up the stream in glittering ranks, joyful but steady and assured of victory. De Gourgues made no concealment of our movements, and when we came in view of the fort, we saw the battlements shining with men in armor and knew that de Basan was prepared to receive us. Presently, when within range of their ordnance, they opened fire with their culverins from a projecting bastion. De Gourgues broke our column and scattered us through the woods, where their fire had little effect, for here the forest was very thick and overgrown and afforded a most excellent cover. We marched to the left, passing through our Indian allies, who lay like snakes among the undergrowth. We came at last to the top of a small hill, from which we had a good view of the whole extent of the defenses of Fort San Mateo. It was plain to be seen that these had been greatly improved since its capture from Laudonnière. De Basan apparently had by this time lost all trace of our whereabouts, thinking we had defiled by the river bank. In a moment he sent a strong party of Spaniards to reconnoiter. They came from their works, crossing the ditch, and all unconscious made straight for the clump of woods in which we lay ensconced. De Gourgues, noting the advantage of his position, quickly detached Cazenove with a party to station himself at a point well hidden by trees, where he could soon take them in the flank. The Spaniards, unaware that they were exposing themselves to this enfilading fire, with a strange insistence which seemed not unlike infatuation, continued steadily to advance. Now it was that the discipline of the arquebusiers of de Gourgues showed to greatest advantage. He had cautioned them under pain of dire punishment not to fire before the word of command. In their ardor they strained forward eagerly, leaning upon their rests, their eyes glancing down their weapons, their fingers toying lovingly with their match cords. But not until the Spaniards had come so near that we could plainly make out their features did the Avenger give the order to fire. Then a deadly blaze flashed in their faces, almost close enough to burn them. The shock was terrific, and before its echoes had rumbled up the river, we were upon them through the smoke, slashing and piercing right and left those who stood their ground, driving those who ran in dire confusion back toward the fort. But here Cazenove awaited them and poured in a scorching fire at easy range, which still further cut them down. None escaped. The pikemen of Cazenove charged over them again and again like demons, and those few who were left threw down their weapons and fell upon their knees, extending their arms and begging for mercy. The fight was speedily over, with no loss to us. When we had mounted the hill again, it was easy to see that consternation reigned in the fort. Soldiers ran here and there upon the battlements shouting in confusion, while men, women, and children, uttering piercing screams, rushed to the gate, battering upon it with their bare fists, trying to force their way out that they might escape to the forest. The trumpet of Dariol, sounding the charge, rang out clear above the din. Never before, it seemed to me, had a battle blast been sent up so loud and exultant. It was the signal of de Gourgues. Through thicket and scrub, down the hill for the fort we ran, a very human monsoon, shouting like madmen. Every stump and tree to the right and left of us seemed to turn by some magic into a painted savage, and the air was filled with their wild screams. De Gourgues, OLOTORACA, and I reached the gate at the same moment, followed closely by the more speedy of the rest. By this time the women and children were running through the postern, screaming to the forest. Their fate I like not to think of. We were after more sturdy game. Most of the soldiers had fled even before the women, but we saw 40 or 50 Spanish arquebusiers formed in the square by the corps de garde for a last resistance. I knew I should find De Baçan there, nor was I mistaken. I saw him at the same moment that he caught sight of me, and we ran forward upon each other with the same full-hearted hatred that had ever envenomed us. The world was too small a place for both. It seemed as though the affair were to be ended one way or the other then and there. But as luck would have it, OLOTORACA, being more swift of foot, reached him first and began thrusting with his pike. De Baçan was thus put upon his guard against the Indian, and had all that he could do to parry his furious onslaught. Twice his guard lay open, and I might have thrust him clear through the body, but I could not bring myself to take such advantage. A nimble fellow rushed at me and all but caught me off my guard, giving me trouble for some minutes. He was a most excellent swordsman and fought with desperation, but he tired easily, and while I played upon the defensive, I watched De Baçan and OLOTORACA out of the tail of my eye. By this time the sword of the Spaniard was hissing backward and forward like the tongue of a serpent along the pike of OLOTORACA. The Indian had not the skill of a seasoned pikeman, and only made up for his lack of knowledge of the art by his great suppleness and agility. Suddenly I saw him lunge too far. I beat the blade of my fellow down and let him go his way, while I made for De Baçan. The Spaniard seized the pike handle just behind the head and pulled the young brave forward, thrusting at the same time. I made a leap, hoping to parry the thrust of the Spaniard, and partly succeeded, but the sword point passed through the body of the Paracousi so that he fell back upon the ground. Men were fighting all around us, but by some chance we were quite alone in the shadow of the corps de garde. "You might have killed me," he panted, glancing this way and that. "Why did you not?" "We are quits then. But it is not too late, Señor de Baçan. On guard." Still looking furtively around, he made no motion to raise his bloody point from the ground, but kept edging away. "Quick, sir, on guard," I cried, "or I will run you through." He made a sudden leap backward and vanished quickly around the corner of the building, passing several Frenchmen, and in the confusion reached the battlements before I could stop him, and with a laugh sprang out into space. Without so much as looking, I leaped after him into the mud and water of the river bank. I landed fair up to my knees and fell over in the water. For a moment I thought my legs had been driven into my body, but managed to get to my feet in time to see my enemy rushing for the thicket. In a second I was after him and plunged through the bushes, guided by the gleam of his morion. Around us were shouts of French and Indians, and once we passed a half score redmen who were dancing around a poor wretch tied to a tree. They saw us go by and let fly a shower of arrows at both, thinking that I too was an escaping Spaniard. But they did not follow us. They were enjoying too horrid a pleasure to leave. We ran thus for some distance, when, reaching a level space of ground, De Baçan stopped suddenly, awaiting my coming. He leaned with both hands upon his blade, breathing heavily. His face was purple from exertion, and the sweat poured from his forehead down his cheeks and into his beard. I was hard put myself for breath, and came forward cautiously. "Again, Señor Pirato?" he sneered with a kind of a laugh. "For the last time, Señor Spaniard," I said, approaching. "For the last time? Ah, then you do grant I am the better skilled at sword play?" "Let us settle the matter at once," said I, bringing my point into line. "One moment," he said craftily. "When I kill you, what will become of Mademoiselle?" I saw his object. He sought to unsteady my nerves, but I only laughed at him. "Mademoiselle is in the hands of her friends, Señor. Come now, enough! You have your wind. Fall to, or I will run you through." I threw off my morion to keep my brow cool, and while in the very act of tossing it aside, he leaped for me, engaging with such incomparable swiftness that I broke ground and gave back 10-20 paces under his fierce assault. I held my own with great trouble, but he saw no sign of it upon my face, and it is my pride that I ever looked coldly in his eyes, fearless and confident. Once he grazed my arm, and with flashing eyes sprang forward to follow his advantage. But I met him with so shrewd a guard and thrust that he drew back, looking at me in surprise. We heard indistinctly the cries of the soldiers and the Indians at the fort, and now and then a wild yell would start the echoes in the forest near us. But we fought on, our eyes looking into each other's, glittering and more piercing even than the swords we wielded. Shouting was now most plainly to be heard in the direction from which we had come. I heard Job Gotter's whistle and a cheery cry. "Keep him at work, sir. We are with you in a minute." Diego's eyes looked over my shoulder. "Unless you hurry, Don Diego," I said coolly, bantering him, "there will be little time for this exhibition of swordplay you have promised me." I knew could I get him angry that I might have the better advantage. "Bah!" he cried, furious. "Coward! You cannot fight your battles for yourself." "I am holding my own," I smiled. I know not just why it was, but strive as he might, he could get no advantage. I have no memory of ever having used my sword so well. Quick as he was, my hand was even quicker, and my eye seemed by the look of his own to divine his thrust before he made it. The sounds of the voices grew louder and louder each moment, and seemed to be near the edge of the wood. The look in the eyes of De Baçan became uncertain. He had tried upon me every feint and thrust he knew, and there I still stood before him, smiling and confident. It was not fear that he felt, for I believe the man feared nothing on earth, or above it, or below. It was an expression rather of wonder and curiosity, as if at the last he saw in me the image of vengeance come to bring him, in spite of his prowess, the retribution he so amply deserved. Twice he had had me in his power, my death hanging by a web so fine that he could have blasted it by the breath from his lips, and still I lived. All of this I saw in his look. I smiled at him again, and that infuriated him the more. Scorning all thought of defense, he crouched his head and came for me desperately. His feints and thrusts were quicker than thought itself, and my eye, bewildered, could no longer follow the motions. He caught the point of my blade near the hilt of his own, and with a quick backstroke of the wrist sent it flying down, the handle almost out of my fingers. I clutched it again, bringing it up to the guard, but he had sprung in and thrust me through the thigh. At this moment there was an outcry upon our left, and De Brésac with some of my seamen came running forward. "Goodbye, Sir Pirato," laughed De Baçan. "I have no time to finish this." And turning, he made for the opposite side of the clearing. I shouted at the top of my lungs and made a leap after him, but fell prone to the earth. He made for a hole in the thicket, and I thought must surely go free. But while I looked, a number of dusky figures sprang up all around him, and I saw them leap upon him like hounds upon a stag. He threw his arms out wildly, and one of the savages who bounded into the air was skewered upon his sword, while another fell away from him into the bushes as though he had been tossed by an ox. The Spaniard was making a wonderful fight, but the Indians, infuriated by the fall of OLOTORACA, went rushing fiercely forward, crying that he should not escape. One of them pinioned his left arm to his body and hung with a death-like clutch around his legs. Before Satouriona reached them, another, more successful than the others, sprang upon the back of De Baçan and, brushing off his morion, struck again and again upon the bare head with his hatchet. When the hollow dullness of the strokes fell upon my ear, I knew that the end had come. He swayed back and forth a moment, striving to keep his feet, unwilling to relinquish his hold upon life, fighting even when death had come. Then, with a groan like that of some hunted animal, turned half around and sank to the ground, dead where he had stood. When he had fallen, the savages fell upon the prostrate body like wolves, tearing at the clothing, and would have beaten him with their war clubs as he lay, had not De Brésac and Satouriona come up. I cried out to them that it was the commandante of the fort, whom they had killed. De Brésac was among them, striking with the flat of his sword and crying, "Stop, you dogs! Away with you! Stop, I say!" He stood over the body with his drawn sword while they glowered at him, and would have struck him down had not Satouriona come between. At last the Paracousi, with a few words, sent them away, their gruesome fancies ungratified. It was a dog's death for so valiant a man, pulled down like some wild beast of the forest. When I had been carried to where the body lay, De Brésac and I vowed that he should have a decent burial. I hated him and hate him now, but it was a passion made great by the intensity of it, and I could not bear that the majesty of his prowess should be dimmed by any ignominy at his death. De Brésac, fearing to bury him in the knowledge of the Indians, gave orders to the seamen that he should be taken to Fort San Mateo. When I had bound up my leg, thither we presently repaired, I leaning upon the arms of Job Goddard and Brésac.
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
And last. And so it was all over. The mission of de Gourgues was ended. However bloody the retribution he had wrought upon his enemies, France was avenged. I was thankful that my flight into the woods had spared me much of the butchery at Fort San Mateo. What we saw in the forest was horrible enough, and though by the time we returned the fort had been cleared, a dreadful climax to this grim tragedy was being enacted. As we entered the postern gate, we saw de Gourgues standing, menacing, sinister, and pitiless, before the ranks of trembling, haggard wretches who had been spared from the massacre. They were not many, and the slenderness of their number was a dire augury of the punishment which was to be theirs. They did not know what was to come. They scanned the merciless man who stood before them, seeking to find in the lines of his face one trace of sorrow or pity. But the eyes, where pity might have been, were set and fixed, hard as the lines of the nose and mouth. The brows had lost their melancholy and were drawn into a tangle and snarl of wrinkles which took away every vestige of the man I knew and loved. He returned their look with a glance from which they cowered as though he had struck them, a glance that meant but one thing, and that was the end. A few of them stood upright and fearless. Others fell down upon their knees, whimpering. The end! Holy Virgin, what end? What death? When the Avenger spoke, his voice was dry and hard as flint.
"Did you think,"
he said,
"that so vile a treachery, so detestable a cruelty, against a king so potent and a nation so fearless would go unpunished. Hell knows no viler traitor than your master, Menendez de Avilés, of whom you are but the spawn. No, I am only one of the humblest of the subjects of my king, but I have charged myself with avenging the deeds of this Menendez and yours against my hapless countrymen. There is no name base enough to brand your actions, no punishment sharp enough to requite them. But though you cannot suffer as you deserve, you shall suffer all that an enemy can honorably inflict, that your example may teach others to observe the peace and alliance between our kings, which you have so perfidiously violated."
Then he waved his hand, and the wretches were marched out through the gate down to the river. Some of them cried aloud that they would not go. Others clasped the knees of the French arquebusiers, sobbing out like women in their degradation that they had helped to hang the Frenchmen of Fort Caroline, that they had confessed and hoped for mercy. These were rudely dragged to their feet and prodded with pikes until they followed the others, trembling in an agony of fear. When they had come to a place near the river, the Indians pointed out to De Gourgues the trees upon which the Frenchmen of Fort Caroline had hung. De Brésac and I knew them well, and upon these same trees, without other speech or ceremony, the Spaniards were hanged. After it was over, De Gourgues caused tablets of pine to be nailed over their heads, where all men might read. Upon these tablets were inscriptions burned with a hot iron, which read, "Not as to Spaniards, but as to traitors, robbers, and murderers." His vengeance was complete. That night, when it was dark, De Brésac, Job Goddard, and another buried De Bassane deep in a sand dune. Indian messengers were sent to the river of Tacatacourou to bring the vengeance, and others vessels into the river of May. But at dawn the following morning we saw them passing the forts at the river's mouth, and we knew that the anxiety of François Bourdelais had got the better of him. When those on the vessel saw the standards of France waving upon the battlements of the lower forts, their cannon boomed forth a joyous salute, which was answered there and at San Mateo. Before noon they anchored near the fort, and I was carried aboard to Mademoiselle. I could not suffer her to go ashore while traces of the slaughter were in such ghastly evidence, for there were sights to cloud and torment throughout all recollection a mind innocent of the indecencies of life. Already the vultures were wheeling high over the forest, and I prayed that the business which still kept the Avenger would soon be concluded. We were sick of the place, and Mademoiselle and I had no desire to go upon the shore. In the afternoon Maheera came aboard. Unable to stay at the Tacatacourou River while these great events were going forward, she had followed us and lain in concealment since the attack. To Mademoiselle she brought a message from OLOTORACA, who was at the Indian encampment, not dead, but very sorely wounded from the thrust De Bassane had given him, and who wished Mademoiselle to go to him. I would have deterred her, for I knew not what design he might cherish. Maheera understood me, but she smiled as she had not smiled since I had seen her.
"The white giant has no need to fear. Olotoraca knows all, and it is well. He has a great friendship for the white giant."
Mademoiselle started up.
"I must go, Sydney. There will be no harm, and if he wishes me, I cannot leave this land without seeing him. Maheera would not give me bad counsel. The Moon Princess will take no hurt."
I could not be satisfied to have her out of my sight, but asked Cazenove to take some men and go with her. They were gone a long time, and when they returned Mademoiselle was smiling and tranquil. Olotoraca was very weak, but would recover. He said that I, the white giant, had parried the blow which had wounded him and so had saved his life. He wished to live fair in the memory of the white giant. He was glad that the Moon Princess was safe with me. "It is not well," he had said at last, taking Maheera's hand in his, "that a man should love at all, unless of the people of his own race." Had I been able to go to him, I would have clasped him heartily by the hand, but they told me I must lie quiet for fear of setting loose an artery, and so I stayed on my pallet, fanned by the cool breezes of the sea and blessed by the sight of Diane, who sat near at hand with beaming eyes, ministering to me. The capture of the Spanish fort had in one way been a great godsend to her, for in the quarters of the women de Brésac had found a box full of linen and silks and a few things even that had been brought to Florida by Mademoiselle herself. These the Chevalier sent to her with a gracious word as her share of the spoils. The silks were of no very recent fashion, to be sure, but all the gold and silver in the world could not have contributed so much as these to Mademoiselle's content. Nor were they of any particular kind of shape, hanging about her slender figure like lean biscuit bags, but with ready grace and wit she made shift to fasten and tuck them, so that after all they were none so bad as they might have been. She was so sweet and graceful a sight to my eyes that I feared should I close them I would lose not only the vision but the reality, and find myself again upon the sand spit at Paris or in the forest, seeking her ever, with new hopes which were born only to be blasted again and again. At last I slept, and the morning sun was breaking across the narrow cabin as I wakened. When I had eaten, I felt so strong and well that I would have risen, but Diane pressed me quietly by the shoulders and would not permit it. After a while, when all was ready, my pallet was carried up on the aftercastle in the shadow of an awning, where I lay with several others and watched the fellows upon the shore. They were busy as bees, and I felt a lazy dolt to be lying there twiddling my thumbs. 2 or 3 times the unruly and riotous spirit engendered by shedding of blood broke forth among the Frenchmen, but so complete was the control and discipline which de Gourgues had put upon them that little harm was done. Once they had broken into a wine cask without his knowledge, and there was like to be a repetition of the affair of Cabouche. It is a strange thing that Cabouche himself, who had often made good his boast of bully of the forecastle, should have been the one to put this small mutiny down. for he stood in the doorway of the wine room, pointing his arquebus toward his companions and vowing he would shoot the one who advanced. It was said, when it was done and they had retreated, that he disappeared into the darkness and took a good punch full himself, coming forth with a strong smell of alcohol hanging about him. In the afternoon there was a wonderful scene. De Gourgues gathered all the Indians about him under the battlements and, through Dariol, made them a long speech. From time to time they uttered loud cries, which broke in upon his words. When he had done, a prolonged yell came from the savages, and they swarmed over the ill-fated fort, looking not unlike a swarm of ants upon a hill of their own. They rushed through the living quarters and the barracks and out upon the roofs, tearing and rending until it seemed as though some movement of the earth or elements were splitting the buildings to pieces. In 2 hours the corps de garde was razed to the ground. Meanwhile a great number had mounted the battlements and, with pikes, pieces of iron, and any rough implements that came to hand, began prying the stones from their places. With savage cries of exultation they tossed these out into the river or threw them in the ditch or thicket. A dust arose which hid them from our sight, but they worked on as though maddened in the heat and glare until sundown, when not one stone was left upon another. It was a whirlwind of ruin. That night, when I heard the preparations above me for sailing on the morrow, it seemed impossible that only a week and 3 days had passed since we had come to anchor in the Tacatacourou, since we had made our league, found Mademoiselle, passed the hardships of the march and attack, and come to the successful ending of our expedition. De Gourgues said little. When he had finished speaking to the Indians, he had come aboard and set all the seamen to work, stowing the vessel and breaking out the spars and sails for the voyage. That night Mademoiselle and Maheera bade a tearful good-bye, for they had come to love each other with a fond affection, and to this day I cannot forget the services the Indian maiden did for me and mine. On the morrow the anchors were broken out, and with a favoring breeze we moved slowly down the river toward the sea, while the Indians, shouting messages of goodwill to us, ran along the banks until the freshening wind had driven us from their sight. When the ships passed the smaller forts, I could see that there, too, the work of destruction had been complete, for the stones and fascines were scattered in all directions, and only a few overturned and broken gun rests showed where the bastions had been. We sailed out over the bar at high tide, and with a last salute to our friendly hosts, we set our prows squarely abreast the broad surges for France. In a few days I could almost crawl about the decks without an arm to steady me. In 2 weeks I went about some simple duties, and in the long summer twilights Mademoiselle and I would sit high up on the slanting after castle near the lanterns, looking back down the pink, swirling wake toward the land where we had both suffered so much. Of De Baçan we spoke but once. I let fall a word of regret that so gallant and splendid a fighter should have been of so ill-favored a disposition. But Mademoiselle made me no reply. With the thought how near she had come to falling into his hands after the capture of Fort Caroline, she shuddered, drew closer to me, and would hear of him no more. We had too many present joys to conjure up the miseries that were past. We had been born into a new world of our own, and we peopled it with fancies as blithe as ourselves. Under the laughing stars we were creatures of unreality, unconscious of all save the great love which had conquered everything. De Gourgues sat with us sometimes, but not for long, for there is no pain keener than that which comes from seeing a forbidden joy through the eyes of another. My tale is soon ended. We reached Rochelle after a voyage of little event, and were greeted with great honor so soon as it could be accomplished, and that was with such speed of habit and frock making as was never known before or since. Diane and I were married. The endurance and strength of heart which bore her up in all her sufferings among these wild western forests has, to this day of our age and contentment, been my sturdiest prop in times of stress. I need not tell at length how, through Coligny, the prize money for the San Cristobal was turned over at last to Captain Hooper, and how upon a certain successful voyage from Plymouth I came to be his second in command, nor how I owned my own vessel before my mistress had Dominique and little Diane well out of their swaddling clothes. The Chevalier de Brésac has come back from his voyage with Sir Walter Raleigh. Monsieur de Teligny is dead, leaving the Chevalier a great fortune, and he is now out upon a venture of his own. Job Goddard, hoary-headed and staunch, but convincing and windy-worded as ever, sits smoking at his window in the Pelican with Martin Cockrem, and the two rogues, gathering the growing youth of the docks about them with easy elaboration, tell wonderful yarns of voyages to strange countries, where people walk upside down, and of a preference use their toes for fingers, to which the urchins listen, their wide mouths agape and their eyes agog with curiosity. Job has set about planting a patch of tobacco at Plymouth, but his pursuit has fared ill, and so he gets the leaf in bales from the ships that come laden to Plymouth from the western main. It is history how de Gourgues was spurned at Paris by that weakling Charles, how our own good Queen Bess of England offered him a command, and how Charles thereupon relented and would have given him a position of authority. But de Gourgues was never a stranger to adversity, and through it all his great grief has ever been that Menendez de Avilés escaped the vengeance at San Mateo, of which he had been the dearest object. This malefactor died full of honor and riches, high in the favor of Philip of Spain, who, had he lived, would have given him command of the great Armada. That Spanish fleet, so long threatened, has come and gone. Through the good offices of Sir Francis Drake and Lord Howard, for both of whom my father had performed some service, I was given considerable responsibility and command upon Drake's own Revenge, acquitting myself to the great Admiral's satisfaction, so that I came into the royal service again as commander of the White Bear, and gained for myself many emoluments and honors. By great good fortune I thus won my way into the notice of the Queen, and so through her generosity was enabled in some sort to restore my family to the prestige it had enjoyed before the imprudences and generosities of my grandfather and father had depleted the value of the estates. I lay no claim to credit for these achievements. Had it not been for Diane, I should have made no attempt to regain the position of my family before the court. Her soft influences, strong and womanly, have weaned me away from the boisterous habits of my wild young life, and have shown me the value of the refinements which come of gentle living. With the death of the Queen Mother in France, there came too a change in the fortunes of Diane, and the great Henry, the greatest, Henry of Navarre, with that rare grace which has ever distinguished him, has given back again the estate of La Notte at Villeneuve to my wife. Thither at certain seasons we go, forming thus another link, not without a certain value, between two great Christian monarchs. Diane has built a summer house on her estate, and she has fashioned it after the lodge of OLOTORACA, where during those long months she waited for me. It is not in a wild pine forest, where every night the winds may sing their grand and lonely psalms. It is on the borders of a quiet lake, where soft sweeping willows whisper with the rippling water, and tall poplars, like sentinels, guard us against the legions of unrest. When the sun has set and the slender moon has sailed out across the deep green vault above us, then we sit hand in hand, dreaming and at peace, I and Mademoiselle. End of chapter 26. The end of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs.